Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited, like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
What started as thousands of players is now down to 16 teams. Soon, those 16 teams will be whittled down to our top 8, all with the goal of making it to the World Championship. Who has what it takes? Well, we're about to find out. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Till a player on top, know it. Rooftop, penthouse, suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look, you won't stop.
To the Snapdragon Pro Series Call of Duty Mobile Open Finals. Today is the day we determine which of our teams will compete during our challenge season, which means we are in store for some seriously good action today. I am your host, Glitter Explosion, and I'm, of course, joined by our wonderful casters, Bobby Plays and Beef Mommy. Are you guys excited for today, Bobby?
Absolutely, no question about it. I think all of North America has been looking forward to having some big-time COD Mobile action. We finally have that on our hands in Stage 3. A lot of teams and places we did not expect them to be, and obviously all of this building towards Stage 4 and Stage 5 of the World Championship Finals. So with all that on the line, it's that much more pressure on these teams.
Mommy, what about you?
Oh, it feels great to be here. This is our first World Championship broadcast of the year, and I feel like everything's just so fast. We just finished Stage 5 for 2022, and right now I feel like it's fast forwarding.
Listen, we are just keeping all of the action going, and it's not just today that we have loads of Call of Duty Mobile action. It's going to be the entire summer's worth, so make sure that you are following us on all of our social media platforms so that you can keep yourselves up to date with everything that's going on in our Snapdragon Pro Series. You do not want to miss it. And if you want to hang out with us in our community, well, we have a shiny new Discord just for you. You can head on over to discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series, join up, hang out with us, talk all things Call of Duty Mobile, and make some new friends. Get in there, okay? It's going to be really, really fun the entire season. Just as fun as today is going to be, and we keep talking about how awesome it's going to be, but we also need to talk about how today is going to work. So if you're new here and you don't really know what's going on, well, we've got a fantastic graphic here. Bobby, can you break it down?
Yeah, anybody that's played COD Mobile over the past couple of months has likely seen that there is an in-game World Championship that's been happening that started out with the solo Stage 1. Everybody had the opportunity to qualify individually in the ranked system. Then, once we had our qualifiers there, everybody sent into Stage 2 where you're required to make your own team and battle it out against the best of the best in ranked to see if you've got what it takes to make it into the top 128, which then move on to Stage 3, which we have right now. Obviously, Stage 3 started earlier this week for the North American region. 128 teams battling it out to the 16 that we have right here, right now, and the 8 of those top 16 teams that come out on top will be moving into Stage 4, where, as you can see, we're going to have a different format this year than we've had in previous years. It's going to be a lot more extensive and definitely refining those top 8 teams to see who's our top 4 that'll make it to that double elimination bracket and have a chance at not only being crowned the champion of North America, but also playing for one of those 3 spots in Stage 5.
I mean, not only are they playing for these spots, they've got some pride on the line, but also this time around, Mommy, we have a prize pool we get to talk about.
Oh, yes. For the first time that we've had here in the World Championship, we have a prize pool here for Stage 3. As you can see, no one is going to be leaving empty-handed. The first up, we have $500 up until the 4th spot. So, I mean, I actually thought that the first would probably have a little bit more of an advantage here, just having that 500. But looking at it, all the 4 teams are trying to get that. Not just that, but a spot also for Stage 4 and eventually going into Stage 5.
Yeah, there's lots on the line here today for all of our teams. Now, like Bobby mentioned earlier, Stage 3 has started a few days ago. They've been playing through everything, so we're going to take a look at the bracket and see where everything has shaken out thus far and see where we're starting.
Yeah, it's definitely some surprising results. I think the biggest team that has showed up in a big way is Simplicity. This is a team of a lot of young guns that most of them have not had an opportunity to prove themselves on the world stage, but a couple leaders in Jesus Can Save You and Pepe, formerly of the ARP roster, that finished second in the Western Finals in 2021. They're leading that team and actually sent Seminole, a very experienced squad with multiple world champions, into the lower bracket. A few players you guys will likely recognize there. Number 1 and 2 world champions Jez and Bolu, and 2 players that also came in second place with that Luminosity roster in Blur and Solo. All 4 of those players now in the lower bracket and in desperate need of a win to make sure that they don't get bounced before Stage 4.
Yeah, we've got some very recognizable players and recognizable teams. That's why today is going to be so fantastic. But if there's a specific team that you all in chat are looking to keep up with, let's take a look at the schedule and see what we've got going on our main broadcast. Mommy, walk us through this.
Okay, I mean, this is really exciting to see. Like what Bobby mentioned, we did not expect certain powerhouse teams to be in the lower bracket, but we're taking a look at our upper bracket quarterfinals right now, and what we're going to be featuring is LG versus LPZ. Now, this is a really interesting bunch because LG, we already know they're going to be the top dogs. They do have 3 out of the 5 tribe members that we had last year, but for LPZ, they've had quite the run as well. They were able to take down the Angels, which is going to be a huge team to be the #1 girls team for North America, and also SXC, which is actually going to be Joke's team. So without a joke, it's going to be a really interesting thing how they're going to be performing up against the top team here in North America.
The puns already. And you all will notice that we do have some secondary matches on there as well. If they happen off stream, we'll make sure to update you guys. We'll be showing you that bracket frequently throughout the show, so you won't miss out on any of those results. But now, heading into today, we need to start talking about general teams and storylines that we're going to be keeping our eyes on throughout the competition. And in order to do that, we have to take a look back at what happened in 2022 and take a look at Tribe. They were obviously our 2022 champs, but now we've seen some big roster shakeups, haven't we, Mommy?
Oh, definitely. And what I mentioned already is that we have 3 members from Tribe going into Luminosity, a team that actually they beat last into the World Championships back in 2022. So it's really interesting. It was down to the wire, but let's see, because Bolu and Jez are also really talented players, and now they're going to be in the lower bracket. They're going to be under Seminole. So it's going to be a really interesting storyline once these 2 meet, if ever, later on.
Well, if we're going to be talking about these roster changes and that specific world championship, then I think it also would be really good for us to take a look back at how it played out between LG and Tribe, because those are some of the teams that we were just talking about here, Bobby.
Yeah, I think heading into the beginning of that matchup, a lot of people were worried. You see a 250 to 106 takeoff hardpoint, and you think this might just be a blowout of a grand finals, but Luminosity definitely made it a phenomenal series. And I think you look at the overall talent between the 2 rosters, and there is a very, very small gap, if any. I think most people that had watched the 2 teams throughout the year would agree. It was basically a mental edge that Tribe had to some degree over Luminosity, and ultimately that final map could have gone either way. Super down to the wire, no question about it. And obviously, between the 2 teams, there's a crazy amount of talent. The fact that you have the 2 top teams of the world from the same region, any type of shakeup that you're going to see between those 2, as long as you're maintaining those same players, going to have a lot of talent regardless.
Well, Bobby, let's talk about one of the players who was on that winning Tribe roster when it happened. You also mentioned him earlier, but Bolu seems to be a player that is just right smack in the middle of everything.
Yeah, he's the highest earning Call of Duty mobile player of all time, obviously this year on the Seminole roster, so being split up from the large portion of the championship roster from last year, dominating all the way through every year of COD Mobile. They were basically untouchable in the grand finals of 2020 Stage 4, had their share of struggles in 2021 Stage 4, but Masters they went through with a breeze in 2021, obviously World Championship winners, as well as 2022 Stage 4 and World Championship. So this guy has been a centerpiece of every one of the most successful rosters that COD Mobile has seen, but like we talked about earlier, they are now in the lower bracket, which is not a place that they're super familiar with. So a lot of pressure on them to make sure that they can continue to be in a position to dominate and get Bolu at a chance at maybe a third straight world championship.
And then finally, we saw it earlier when we got to take a look at the bracket for a second, but we need to talk about Seminole, obviously. Another team that we're all definitely keeping our eyes on here. They dropped down into that lower bracket. So how does that set them up for today, Mommy?
Well, it's really interesting because no one expected Seminole to be down here, and I feel like the Youngbloods are finally showing up because Simplicity was able to bring them down 2-0, which is something that is really unheard of, and that's what's making it really exciting. As you can see here, the upper bracket, yeah, they did have that 2-0, but you can see that they had such a hard time when it comes to going up against Simplicity, and I feel like the storyline for this year is the fact that can these middle ground teams be able to catch up with the likes of Seminole and Luminosity this year?
All right. Well, now that we have a lay of the land, it is time for us to start talking about our first match of the day. We saw it on the schedule earlier, but if you missed it, we're kicking things off with LG versus LPZ. So talk to me about this matchup, Bobby.
Well, LPZ, like Mommy talked about earlier, is a roster that has surprised a lot of people, taking down Angels, the #1 girls roster, and SXC, who's one of the up-and-coming teams in North America as well. They do have a very solid sniper in, I believe his name is Rush, who is actually one of the more impressive snipers that I've seen over the past couple of months. He's going to be somebody you want to keep your eyes on. Obviously, Brighton Claps, pieces of former successful rosters as well. So we'll see if the newcomers in Fatality and Emilio can step things up. Not going to be an easy task against a super team like we're seeing for Luminosity.
Exactly. And then speaking of that Luminosity roster, we'll take a look at that as well, Mommy, because they are going to be hard to beat.
Definitely. I mean, I'm already looking at this really stacked roster because even previously without Tectonic Vig and Washi, I mean, rather, it'll be a lot of teams that are kind of scared with this bunch because Bad, you already know he can definitely slay out. Tectonic is really good at anchoring at a certain point, especially with his favorite, the Kilo 1-for-1. So let's see if this is a really balanced team going into it. But so far, it feels like their run's going to be really good. 2-0 so far without any kind of blemishes on their record.
I think it's going to be a really fun way to not only kick off the day, but to kick off the beginning of what will eventually turn into the challenge season. You want to make sure that you are winning in this bracket to keep yourself in that upper side of things to really solidify your spot to continue moving through. Obviously, World Championship on the line. Now, this matchup is right around the corner. I want to talk predictions a little bit here and see where you guys are at heading into match number 1. Bobby, what are your thoughts?
It's tough to pick. It's tough to not pick Luminosity, like, regardless of who they're playing against. Even if they were playing against the second best team in North America, I'd still be picking Luminosity. Obviously, LPZ, they've got some talent. I think if they're going to be able to take a map, it'll be in the Search and Destroys, as it is going to be best of 5. But it's tough to imagine a scenario where Luminosity finds a way to throw this away.
Honestly,
Mommy,
I feel like for me, it's like for upper bracket quarterfinals, I feel like the third session is going to be more impressive for me because, again, what we mentioned, LG, you already know is going to be the highlight of your day, the highlight team that everyone's looking at. But DICE and ARP is something that I feel like could be really spicy because these are a group of people that are still wanting to get that top 1 spot, wanting to put their name and put their foot forward. So I'm really excited. Maybe I feel like this is going to be a game number 5 and possibly OTs around the place.
Okay, I like it. I like it. All right, we saw some of the down there at the bottom of the screen. We saw some picks and bans popping up as well. I don't know if you guys were able to catch that or not. Was there anything that was jumping out at you that you maybe wanted to touch on?
I did not see them.
I remember seeing one. I saw one, and I was really excited because I haven't casted an Arsenal hardpoint yet, and everyone knows that there's a completely different set of map picks and bans this year. We have a bunch that are new here in hardpoint, so I've seen that Arsenal gameplay. I'm excited to see how all of these teams are going to play because obviously in CDL we've seen it before, and let's see how these teams adapt.
Okay, I like it. I like it. Well, lots of things to keep in mind. Chat, obviously, if you're watching too, we always love to hear from you. Let us know your thoughts on what's going to happen in the first matchup of the day. Do you think it's going to be LG? Do you think it'll be LPZ? Want to start hearing from you as well and see if you are agreeing with our casters, if you maybe have some insider info that we don't know about, because match number 1 is ready to get underway. So let's get into it.
All right, excited to see this one. This is obviously very new to a lot of people watching the newest addition into the competitive map pool, and honestly hasn't even been in COD Mobile for all that long. So I am still very much getting used to casting this one, but
what's our call outs?
P1, P2, P3, P4. Those are the only things that I know at this point, but we actually got to play it when my team was playing in stage 3, so I feel like I've started to get a better grip on it, and it's a hot start for LPZ right here as a double in the feed for Collapse. He's going to be able to take down a few with the Switchblade in hand, and this is not the start that I was expecting for Luminosity.
I mean, one thing that I'm actually looking at is the gun selection, because you already know that this season it's a little bit more even. Obviously, the LK24 in the competitive scene in all regions have been dominating it. You can see Tectonic just sporting that. That's going to be impressive. 50 and 30 is going to be your score line. 18 seconds left on the clock. The scrap points already into the favor of Luminosity. So interested to see how they're going to be taking into that rotation into P2, because the most important one is that rotation into P2 to P3, because it's just right beside each other.
Yeah, obviously we talked about Claps being one of those more experienced players. He's the one off to a hot start for LPZ, 5 kills on the board. As expected, Luminosity bouncing back quickly, and it looks like they're already rotated out and ready to go. It is LPZ breaking in on early, but Band hitting a flank right here, trying to clear out the backside. Flashbangs, info checking over the top. Envy, big shots right there, and that should at least enable the contest, but Rush spawns behind. It looks like they're still going to be able to find control of the hard point anyway. LPZ spawns out right here. No, who else but Tectonic sitting in the back to anchor those spawns. Band going to go ahead and look to push up, but LPZ breaking back in and making this one a lot closer than a lot of people expected this to be.
Oh, definitely. I mean, when we're talking about the anchoring points here in P2, LG already has it locked down. You see, they also have that spawn control, but I feel like coming in for LPZ, they do have a little bit more of an advantage rotating into P3. My mistake a while ago, I did say that it's going to be right beside each other, but it's P1 and P2, but that rotation definitely going to be really important here into P3, and Rush is actually going to be there already. And now this is one anchoring spot that you need to have, because the spawns are already right there. He's going to be positioned. Everyone else from his team is already nearby, so this is where they can finally get those points down.
And this is no question of money hill. Big kill for Bright onto Band right there. Vague's going to sneak through the vents, and that is a crucial couple of kills. Make it a third as Band's there to clean up on the bottom side, and just like that, Luminosity is broken through and now in position to potentially find a full 60 right here. Vague, more of a flex OBJ for this squad, just putting in damage through the doorway. He's going to have to hop off for now, but Band pulls out the Sparrow, taken down before he can get max value. Envy sliding on through, claw in hand, and nobody's coming through that doorway anytime soon. Shuts down a couple, is finally going to be taken down, but Luminosity continues to move upward. Contest for Bright for the time being, but not quite enough. And as expected, the newcomers having a rough time over on LPZ. Emilio and Fatality combined for 3 kills so far. They are combined to be 3 and 23. They have got to get going if they want any shot up against this Luminosity roster.
When it comes to the it's actually doing a really good job. It's a matter of going and winning your individual gunfights. And for LPZ, like what you mentioned, it's like these guys need to step it up, because 2 and 2, you're not going to be able to get those hills and those essential rotational gunfights when you're only having those 2 kills. And now, speaking of, Claps is going to be in a really good spot, but he does get tagged up. He needs to get out of there quick. Look at Envy. He's just trying to go and get him. That's going to be really fun. But again, the hard points finally go in there for that rotation. We're finally going into P4. That's going to be batteries. One of the most open hard points, and definitely really difficult to go and defend.
Yep. It's Luminosity continuing to move upward basically since P2. I don't know that we've seen any amount of scrap time go through for LPZ. And once again, those bottom 2 players just really struggling to keep up. It's Washi now on full streaks, and I don't know what happened to the Hunter Killer right there. Maybe got shot out by an enemy, maybe something else. Tectonic just locking down the spawns, and they're right in front of him. It's free kills as long as you want them. They're going to be able to defend on the backside once again. And that is once again allowing Luminosity to pick up the rest of the scrap time here. It looks like they're actually going to opt to give up a little bit of it as they look to push out toward next. And Claps in a good spot to potentially lock down some early time. Utility's going to go on out, and now or never is the hold for LPZ.
It really is important.
The operator going to be crucial right here, and Vague slides right on through with Purifier.
like we already mentioned, it's like it's really important that you go in there for an early rotation, but it's just hard because they're always losing a lot of the gunfights inside. Tectonic now with the War Machine knows very well where all the players from LPZ are going to be spawning off to, but just as fast as they were able to rotate here, LPZ already loses it quickly as LG able to sustain it, and they're so good at breaking the hard point. I mean, it's really no surprise. It looks like they're very confident in this really new map, and they just have everything down, locked in.
Yep, Luminosity looking like they're well on their way to a map 1. Taking a look at the operators, obviously in a typical matchup, usage of those could be a make or break for your squad, but for Luminosity, for the most part, it looks like they've basically been able to throw them out whenever they want to. Tectonic picking up the scrap time. No surprise to see Tectonic up at 23, Vague at 24. A couple of world champions right there doing their best to keep their squad on top, and on the flip side, LPZ continues to struggle. Bright needs to go big with the claw right here, and he gets completely obliterated by Vague. Turns and burns onto the player up in top vents as well. And at every turn possible, LG shutting down any type of push out of LPZ. Looking like it might only be a matter of time. The War Machine does come out for claps right there. Able to find one, and a nice solid feed could potentially earn them some big time. If they want to make a comeback, now's the time to start.
And that was really good map knowledge coming in from Vague. Was able to turn on that one player. I feel like that was a really significant part. But yeah, like what you said, LPZ is actually getting really good time here. Finally, possibly breaking into that 100-point club. But just as fast as we said, that rotation needs to set through coming in from LPZ. This is where things kind of fell apart for them. In the first set rotations, they were able to have a really good start. But now we're going into P2, where, again, Luminosity Gaming just did a phenomenal job at having that great hold.
Yep, it's some solid time going through for LPZ, but unfortunately for them, it doesn't look like they have the setup to follow it up right here. Envy on Heady is not going to be an easy thing to deal with, and once again, the LPZ players scrambling to find some semblance of map control. It's score streaks on score streaks for Luminosity, and Vague just waiting for some audio cues to make the peak right here. Maybe just hoping to find a wall bang. He doesn't realize there's somebody jumping on his head, but gets the kill anyway. Washi's gonna pop the Annihilator, continues to farm, and Luminosity only 10 seconds away from a dominant map 1 win. Preddy's gonna pop. That should be a triple for Vague, and that's gonna be enough to seal the deal for Luminosity on map 1.
35 kills for Vague. I mean, what a guy. And when you said that the world champions are definitely here, they're making a statement. So that's really interesting how they played Arsenal. It seems like they're really aware of the map, and obviously knowing before when we actually announced that, okay, here are the list of maps, and they have it locked down to the T. For LPZ though, I feel like they only had a little bit of life into the beginning. That P1, they had a really good break, but unfortunately for them, they just cannot win those gunfights. And yes, they go in there for the early rotations, but unfortunately for them, LG is just really good for the break.
Yeah, and the one thing that LPZ has going for them is they did have a hot start. So if that's something that you can carry into the search and destroy, there's a chance that you can take a map, maybe take 2 maps if everything goes your way. But once again, they need those bottom 2 players to really step things up. Typically, if the underdogs are going to have a chance at dominating, it will be in the search and destroy. And like we mentioned previously, they picked up a dominant sniper in Rush who has potential to make life difficult for Luminosity. But taking a look back at the highlights, it is all Luminosity all the way through. That huge break by Vague, basically solo pushing on into the hard point on P3. And after that, it was all Luminosity with no turning back.
And it's just really a snowball, because when Luminosity was able to finally win the gunfight in that rotation from P2 to P3, even though that you get to see LPZ there early on, like what we mentioned, Garden is definitely a point where you want to be in, because the spawn is literally right there. And so when I saw that some members of LPZ was actually there, okay, they're in a really good spot. Unfortunately, there was only one person there, and there were actually 2 members from Tribe trying to get that particular spot, and they won that. And eventually, it was just like, okay, that's when LG was finally taking a role on it. Impressive stuff here. I'm really excited to see that Arsenal is finally in the game. I already said it a while ago. Arsenal is definitely going to be one of my favorite maps when it comes to Hardpoint.
Yeah, I would like to see maybe a little bit of tweaking on the spawns, because there are a couple situations where Tectonic was like shooting and people spawned in front of him as he was shooting. So maybe a little bit of a push out on the spawns, but I think it's one of the bigger maps, maybe the biggest hardpoint map in the game. And especially as most COD mobile maps were originally designed for 4v4 competitive, I feel like Arsenal is one of those that if they can really refine the spawns could potentially be the best hardpoint map in the game. And like you said, very, very well played out of Luminosity. If you are an underdog like LPZ in a matchup like this, your operator usage has to be absolutely perfect. There are a lot of missed opportunities for them. And I think a lot of times when you feel like the game is snowballing out of control, you have a tendency to kind of panic use operators. That can't be the case. We'll see if they have a chance to regain right here heading into the search and destroy. Obviously, a lot of eyes on Rush. We'll see what he can do up against the sniper power in Washi.
He needs to find a way to stop the push coming in from Tribe. It's going to be a 2-2-1 split as a full rush coming in from LG is going to be right there. But Envy does get that first opening pick. So, I mean, LPZ rather going to be on the attack. He does get that clap. Back claps. Going to be able to take out Envy, and Tectonic as well gets the trade. So pretty even. I mean, this is still very doable for LPZ. And just as I said, that Big and Tectonic get one apiece, and Van getting that final blow. Really convincing first round coming in from Luminosity.
Yep. No surprise there. Very, very disciplined. They play their positions, lock down the map, and especially when you're a less experienced team, it's going to be so much more difficult on the offensive side because Luminosity knows every possible look that you can throw at them, and they're going to find ways to counter it. So we do see the flashes, the utility come through. That's going to force LG back, and honestly, a good spot for LPZ to be. Nobody to stop the plant right here, and you get trailer control. So Bright's pushed all the way up, but he loses that initial gunfight. And once again, that's one that you need to make happen. Trades left and right. It's a 1-for-1. And right now, not a bad spot for LPZ to have a shot. You got to deal with Envy, but Emilio has no intention of peeking off this. Vague shooting some bodies right there, but Emilio able to find a couple. Tectonic force back. And still 2 players left alive for LPZ. If Emilio can win this one on to Vega, it might be possible, but he's going to get taken down. Last one dealt with by Washi. And once again, Luminosity committing to their strategy, playing things to perfection, and they make things look easy on the retake.
I get that bit where they actually had 2 players trying to go for flank watch, but when it was time to get that defense in Alpha, they had not as much manpower as they wanted. And Vague just was able to get that flank here into Woodhouse, and eventually LPZ had a hard time in that match, and now it's going to be a little bit more different. Rush actually gets that first pick, Tectonic goes down, and now they're just going to slow things down. I mean, I feel like after that one pick off Tectonic, they could have pushed somewhere else because they are at an advantage. But still being very careful. Washi, though, gets a trade.
Yep. Once again, strong starts for LPZ. It's been a question of whether or not they can maintain those life advantages, and for the most part, it hasn't been the case. Curious if we do see a B commit, and it looks like we will. Unfortunately for them, Fatality is going to drop. The LK in the hands of Envy. Ban tucked away in this corner, and nobody's checking. He can sit here as long as he wants to, and the perfect trigger discipline might be able to find all 3 if he plays it right. Collapse there to counter with a sniper in hand. That could have gone terribly wrong, but who else but Washi takes one off the bomb head. He Collapse fires back, and now the 1v1, but Envy through the smoke as clean as can be, and yet another round for Luminosity.
That was so clean. I mean, that smoke, even though that if ever he didn't get that shot, it would have still cut the sight line and possibility for him to just recover when it comes to those gunfights. And wow, Luminosity Gaming is just so good. And can I just say, that was such a cheeky spot coming in from Envy. The trigger discipline from this guy is just so amazing. And now, information given to Washi that there's going to be a lot of players there. Claps gets that kill though. Washi not able to give another kill for Luminosity Gaming, but able to give that information down. Envy's going to be right there for the backup.
Oh, and Envy, here's the audio cue and the wall bang onto Rush as well. Communication on point for Luminosity as he knows exactly how to play it. Brings things back into the 3v3. Vega looking to peek through the doorway, and he's going to find the kill without the advantage anyway. Another one onto Claps. And they're making every single one of these, regardless of the first bloods, regardless of how strong the start is for LPZ. Looked like light work for Luminosity as they now sit up 4-0 off the start of this.
I mean, Claps is doing a phenomenal job at creating space for LPZ, but they're not utilizing that to their advantage. I mean, once he gets that pick, they're just staying there. They're not committing to a push, and being passive is not really working out for them, and that gives Luminosity a chance to take up that space. And speaking of, they're going in a little bit deep as Vig spots one. It's a good thing there's his teammate right there for the backup if ever he needs it.
Well, the hit marker's going to connect, but he's able to get away alive. Envy, 1 HP. Staying alive as well, and right now it kind of throws a wrench in the plan of LPZ as they're forced to retreat back to spawn. You've given away information, and now you're going to force your snipers to find a first blood once again, and they've been able to do that so many times, but just haven't been able to convert. Obviously, Rush, one of the players that we were keeping an eye on, but he just has not been able to find much in Bright. Peeking through the grass right there, Tectonic sniper in hand. That's a role that he's recently been taken on for Luminosity as well, and he's waiting for the hop up, and no surprise, Vague cleans up a few more. Envy finds the final one. Luminosity looking well on their way to closing out the map 2 as well. LPZ, only real hope is that you can flip over the defensive side and try to build some momentum there, but it just has not looked super hopeful, especially as what you have one bright spot in Claps and everybody else combined for fewer kills than he has alone. Well, 7 to 6, but close enough.
Oh, Envy! Able to get one, but gets traded out by Fatality, and so far, it's still life advantage for LG. They try to go in there for an aggressive push into Alpha, but what I'm kind of missing coming in from LPZ is the usage of smoke as LG gets 2 more. Vig and Washi get 1 apiece. 1v4 situation, something that you don't want to be in if you're going to be Rush.
Definitely don't want it to be the case if you're going up against Luminosity. He's going to find the first onto Vig, but no surprise. Luminosity clean it up there, and they are attempting to lock in the 7-0, and what would also be 1 map away from locking in a spot in stage for the COD Mobile World Championships for North America. Right now, they're chucking all the utility that they've got. Full send up the middle. A lot of people there to contest, and they don't stand a chance. Fatality and Bright gonna drop once again. And what else? Luminosity taking the man advantage. Rush, the only real hope to stop this push over on the A site. He's not gonna find the info or the shots that he needs, and hoping that he can catch Envy peeking out from behind the bomb, but looks like Envy's gonna look to play the waiting game right here. And right now the pressure onto LPZ to make the first move.
I feel like for LPZ, they need to have some sort of flank in order, but there you go. Ban gets that nade kill, perfectly cooked. Tectonic gets Emilio as well, and it's just Claps all over. Gets 1 though, Signs of Life. Possibility to clutch up this 2v1, but the bomb being planted with 18 seconds seems like it's slowly being impossible, as they're probably going to be playing for time. Ban's going to be running across, getting that, playing with his spoon. He's just running, man. Claps tries to get that, 7 seconds left, and Ban with a knife kill. Ends in a 7-0, very clean for LG and Bobby. I mean, this entire thing, like what I said already, they're just playing with their food at this point.
Yeah, that's about what we expected coming into this matchup. Obviously, no disrespect to LPZ, and the fact that they've been able to take down multiple, like, top tier or at least tier 2 pro teams in SXC and in Angels. Like, this is not a team that has had an easy path to where they are right now. They've honestly had one of the more challenging ones, especially given how well distributed the talent is. But LG just made that look like a rank match, if we're being completely honest. Claps, the only player that really stood any type of a chance, and wow, they got absolutely manhandled in that one. Obviously, you would like to be able to put the loss out of your mind heading into the control, but there's really only so much you can hope for. Obviously, priority number 1 is hoping that you can get the defensive side, because typically that'll be advantageous. But once again, this is a Luminosity team that everybody in the world is basically considering a super team.
Yeah, I mean, I guess this is the last frontier coming in for LPZ. And the good thing about Raid right now, because that's where they're playing at, is it's better spawns now coming in for Control. So that's the only thing that I'm hoping that it will help them when it comes to this Raid Control. But Luminosity is actually going to be starting off into the defense. So like what you said, defense has a little bit more of an easier time. But what I've seen like casting Raid Control for the past few months is that you can definitely still win on the attack, but definitely takes a team that is really good when it comes to those gunfights. And so far what we've seen in LPZ, they're kind of lacking in terms of that mechanical skill.
Yeah, I would say operator usage is going to be one of those crucial things that can make or break a team, especially when you are the underdog. So we'll see if they have the discipline to save those for the right time. Obviously, you typically don't want to overinvest in the first round, especially if things aren't looking good. You want to be able to save those for a round when you feel like you have a chance to lock things in. We'll see what they can do right here as they do start on the offensive side. And it looks like a full commit on over to B, looking to capture that early. Only one player to watch mid. They are going all out right here. It's going to be Rush, and Band is there to contest off the start already. It looks like they have no idea. He's already made his way up past pillars, and that's going to be a free double kill for him off the start.
There you go. I mean, it's really just that mid-fight that a lot of these teams really try to get, because you're trying to cut off that motivation and the rotation into possibly going into that Bravo flag, which is usually always the point that people want to get first. But now seems like LPZ is trying to go in for that alpha push. But as what they're trying to do, it's like LG is always one step ahead of them. They're finally going in for that heavier defense into mid, and also here in alpha. As one more person is going to be there, Vig, going to try to win this fight out all by himself. He does win that essential gunfight. It's going to be one more person. Body shots are going to be here right early on. Possibility to get a second, but Emilio does shut him down.
And Rush actually respawn sniping. This is something we've started to see more and more, especially out of the Chinese and Garena teams, as you have a little bit more predictable spawns when it comes to control, which means your sniper can have that much more potential to control the long lane. So he's got 3 off the start, but as expected, the lives starting to dwindle quickly. Washi doing the same on the flip side, does have the Locust in hand, and right now a 10 life lead for Luminosity, and 0 takes a progression on either of those objectives. Right now, Band looking to patrol the mid map, see how much he can clean up. A little bit unusual to see him rocking the Holger. He might just be doing that as a flex more than anything else, but definitely widely known as one of the best SMGs in the world. We'll see if maybe he's starting to make a little bit of a transition, but as for right now, they're sitting pretty comfortably up 11 lives, losing a little bit of progress onto A, but even if they get that capture, looking like it's only a matter of time.
Only one player is going to be right there. Washi is supposed to be there for the defense, but you get to see 11 seconds being stopped right there. But just 3 lives to 13 is not going to be easy. I feel like Envy did so much damage when it comes to that spawn trap and giving that information to his team. And finally, we get to see Luminosity getting that first defensive round. And like what we mentioned already, that defense is definitely going to have a little bit more of an upper hand here in control. But now as we see things flipped around, let's see how dominant Luminosity can actually be by potentially winning this attacking round, because it's so easy to go spawn trap here into the Special Forces base.
And Luminosity's actually going to full commit over to the B side, and there is 0 defense here for LPZ. They are forced to scramble over the other side of the map. They're going to be able to take down Band, but already a solid first tick of progression looking like it's going to come through Bright in that window, but he's got no line of sight onto Envy, and he can sit here as long as he wants to. They've got to force their way in through those end sides. Envy holding down the basketball court entryway, and right now it looks like it's going to be a free A capture. Honestly, LPZ doing a good job of keeping the lives even, but that is no question the easier side to or the more difficult side to capture. So now LG set up perfectly, and Vague is beaming left and right. 11 kills on the board, and it looks like LG might be able to win off of progression alone in a matter of seconds. Will they be able to get things cleared? Right now, LPZ's forced to rush, and that's right down the middle of Tectonic.
Wow, you don't get to see this often, but I mean, LG just doing objective. Didn't even have to worry about their lives. And like what you mentioned, LPZ was able to actually even out when it comes to the life count, but they forgot to defend B, and they sent Big all across there, all by himself, because B was just absolutely open for him. And like what you said, A is actually going to be way harder to get. They were able to get that, and they just breezed through getting that B. And now we're going to switch things again as we are finally here at match point. 27-28 going to be our life count. Let's see what Loops can finally, LPZ rather, can do to get this round.
Emilio's finally started to heat up, 9 kills on the board, and once again, toward the beginning of these rounds, LPZ has done a good job of keeping things even. They haven't been getting spawn trapped badly. Bright's going to be able to take down the Purifier in the hands of Vague. Envy actually lets his claw go to waste as well, and there's still 2 on deck for LPZ, so hope is not lost yet. They're in a good spot. And Rush is going to be able to take down Washi from the sniper position as well. So if they can force their way through the mid-map, get a little bit of map control, might see some ticks of progression come through. Ban going to be able to win a big gunfight in the middle of Zig regardless. And right now, the lives looking fairly even, but the big concern, can LPZ find their way onto one of these objectives?
I feel like it's just they're having a difficult time when it comes to anchoring down certain points, because as they're trying to go rotate into Alpha, it was actually pretty open for a little bit. It's like they're so slow when it comes to the comms, and they could have fully rushed into A, where everyone else coming in from Luminosity was still spawning off. So it's just really that three-dimensional play that LPZ is kind of struggling to pursue.
Yep. And it looks like no take. Whoa, they get a player on the objective, but he gets taken down a little too quickly. And even though that one was looking close in the lives, at the end of the day, Control is an objective-based game mode. LPZ did not play that objective. And another quick end of the round as Luminosity take the dominant win and take that first spot in Stage 4.
Well, I mean, you guys called it, right? You said it was gonna be LG, and they proved why they are considered to be that super team that you keep talking about here, Bobby. That was just an unstoppable performance for them to kick off the day. So we're gonna review it a little bit. What were some standout moments for you guys as we end up getting those highlights ready here in just a second?
I feel like that was just a blur. That was just like
so fast.
It feels like
I feel like it was like a 15-minute series. Maybe it was faster in my mind, but yeah.
It feels like one S&D game.
It did. I mean, honestly, it was the dominance of Luminosity. Like there were no weak links. That looking back, I'm not sure I can think of one player that really popped off in a big way or one player that struggled, just because this is such a well-rounded team. I guess if there was one thing that would be to stick out in my mind, it was vague body shooting, but that's not anything outside the normal.
Well, it was a clean 3-0 on behalf of Luminosity, so they're going to be sitting pretty up there on the upper side of that bracket. We'll have to check in and see what happens with LPZ just a little bit later on in the day. But speaking of that bracket, do we have the opportunity to see that updated so that we can check in on how it looks? And if not, we'll have it in just a second here. For now, we also do have a secondary match that we're going to be keeping our eyes on. So we'll have to see how that plays out between Dramaz and Devious, see where they end up landing after everything is all said and done. Also, though, one of the parts for me that I thought was not necessarily as impactful as I had hoped when I was watching it happen, Bobby, but you called it out, the trigger discipline that we saw when we had one player in the corner and the potential for a 1v3, able to wait everybody out as they made the rotation through and to try and get those shots. And it almost worked out for them.
Yeah, and honestly, even though he didn't get the kills himself, relaying the information to his teammates, and they were able to make that entry through mid to be in position to find the rest of those trades there. So even though in a lot of situations you would like that to go your way, you make the big highlight play, it's a team game. He's relaying that information to his teammates and put them in perfect position to be able to close out the round. So once again, nothing surprising for Luminosity. I am hoping we get to see a little bit of the Devious matchup, because I think Devious is a bit of a dark horse that has a lot of talent that just hasn't really found a way to get their team chemistry to be where they want it to be. But that's a team that I have a feeling we will probably be seeing in Stage 4 as well. So hopefully their matchup is still ongoing and maybe have a chance to peek at that too.
All right, well, then we'll take a look at the bracket real quick, and we'll give you exactly what you're asking for after that, Bobby, okay? Here's the newly updated bracket here, which will reflect LG moving on through into that upper bracket semifinal, and you see LPZ dropping down into the lower bracket. You'll see where they end up now going up against Limited, so we'll have to see how that game ends up going. But now that we know how this is all shaken out, we do have that secondary match still going on, so let's hop on in with them and see how things are going between Dramaz and Devious. Mommy, Bobby, take it away.
All right.
Well, I mean, before we actually start off the game, like I was looking at the bracket, right? And I was so sad to see that LPZ and SXC are not going to see each other in the lower bracket, because like what we mentioned a while ago already, that LPZ was able to take out SXC that early on into the game. But before we start off with the lower bracket rounds, let's see what is going to happen here. Dramaz versus Devious. Like what Bobby said, really high potential teams here, because what we've seen so far with their roster, right? Dramaz really, I feel like for Parka, he's the only one that I actually have, and Magia also. Usually, like, teams that are really good, the team members were really good back in 2021, had a really good presence, but now seems like 2023 might need to be a highlight year for them.
Got a little bit excited because I saw that Dramaz was winning, but then I realized I think the team logos are flipped. It's actually Devious about to clean up the 3-0 right here, which, to be honest, is what I expected. You talk about Parka, a guy that is very recognizable for a lot of people and definitely one of the top content creators, but it looks like they're going to come up short. And once again, this is a Devious roster with a lot of talent. You got Rehan, who is on that Team Mobility roster that very nearly took down NYSL Mayhem and made their way into stage 4. You got Scott, who's a veteran, and then you got S-Thug, who for a while was widely considered the best COD mobile player in North America. He did take a break for a while, so that's a reason that you really haven't heard from him a whole lot recently. But it does look like Dramaz are going to find a way to take a round right here, as Rehan is now in a 1v11. So I think I was chalking this one up, but this one is not quite over as Dramaz keep their hopes alive.
Slowly but surely, you're trying to climb back into getting those rounds on. But something that I want to get back to what you said is, for some reason, in 2023, a lot of the pros that kind of dropped off back in 2022 are making a comeback. So that's why I'm so excited to see what is going to happen here. A lot of surprises definitely for this year. But as we get to see that Dramaz is going to be on that defensive side, it might be easier for them to get this round. But something that we've seen here in Crossroads Strike is that things tend to be really close. The last time I casted this particular map, but it just came down to a 1v1 and decided which team was going to bring it into the grand final. So let's see if we get to have Dramaz potentially pull off something like that here.
Surprising that we have another slow start here for Devious, as they've really struggled to find map control. No surprise, S-Thug up top. He's got the Krieg 6 in hand, and he's going to be able to lock in a couple of kills. Looks like the lives starting to even out right here. Zolf beaming down that mid area, and it looks like Devious is going to be able to get some progress here onto A. Rehan looking to push out the map control, but doesn't quite get eyes onto Peekaboo. He is going to get traded out. Zolf locking in the objective time now. And to be honest, Dramaz not in a bad spot, but they have got to get this objective cleared, and there's no real hope of that happening right now. The lives are dwindling quickly, and now Devious back in the driver's seat. You're going to be forced to use those operators that you have remaining. Peekaboo is going to be the only one that has something to work with. And he's got to go big with it as they now find themselves down 8 lives.
Again, if y'all are wondering why we are saying that Dramaz is actually losing at the moment, is because the logos are flipped. So you can see Dramaz are actually on the right side and Devious is going to be on the left. 2 and 13 is going to be your scoreline, and Dramaz is going to be clearly having a hard time here in this control. And just to be said that Devious is going to be winning it. And I mean, A particularly fast series, I feel like Crossroads Strikes is definitely one map that can be so chaotic into the very first seconds of the particular round. And I feel like one thing that you need to utilize here is the fact that Catwalk is such a dominant thing. Like if you're going into the second floors, right? It's such a dominant place where people can actually go and push. Everything can snowball out of control. Obviously, tank is going to be an easier spot to take. And I feel like coming in for Dramaz, they just had a hard time when it comes to, honestly, the gunfights as well. I mean, obviously, we didn't really get to see most of the matchup, but what we've seen so far is that they had signs of life, but it was just down to one person that was taking a lot of the brunt.
Yeah, it's absolutely crucial to control, like you said, Catwalk and the inside of those buildings, because those are such effective points of entry for setting up a spawn trap, especially on Crossroads Strikes. So you've got to be on point when it comes to that map control. They were not, and it is going to be a 3-0 win for Devious as they now become our second team to lock in a spot in Stage 4 of the World Championships.
And 2 sweeps back-to-back to kick off our day. Some strong performances. Like you said, you wanted to be able to catch a portion of that match because of how good those teams were as well, and definitely proved it. So I think that's a great start to our day so far. For now, it's time for a short break, but when we return, we'll be getting into our second main matchup of the day, which will be with DICE and ARP Gaming. It's going to be a good one. You don't want to miss it, so don't go anywhere. You're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series. back, everybody, to the Snapdragon Pro Series. We just watched as LG and Devious started off their day with a clean sweep. And now we're going to be turning our attention to the second match of the day. Glitter Explosion, Bobby, and Mommy here as we prepare to start talking about the DICE versus ARP gaming matchup. And I know that this is one that you were really looking forward to, Mommy.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we've seen 3-0s today, but I feel like for this, I think it might reach into a game number 5. DICE and ARP, they've been a presence here in the competitive scene for quite a while now, but like what I mentioned, they're still wanting to break out and wanting to be the top teams here for North America. I feel like for ARP, they definitely want to have that top spot. In World Championship 2021, they were the runner-ups, and I don't think they want to be that this time around.
Second best never feels good.
Yeah. ARP has been, they've been grinding. A lot of people don't know this, but they haven't been playing any regional tournaments, but they have been practicing supposedly for the last month in a gaming house together. So these guys have been putting in work, and a lot of players on this roster that have reached different stages of the competition in the past. Obviously, Mago, one of the players that you're going to recognize from 2021 World Championships, veteran, I believe made an appearance on the explicit roster that made it to stage 5 as well. And Chelsea, actually another very solid player previously from that Angels roster.
Well, on the other side of things, we have another roster to take a look at here, Mommy. Who are you keeping your eyes on?
I mean, we're taking a look at the several players that we've seen from NYSL Mayhem previously. Again, it's going to be really interesting how a person like Slothy could actually try to win this game. I mean, he's not going to be here in this roster right now. His name's not there, but let's see how his experience from Tribe could actually be brought forth into this DICE team, because I feel like what I mentioned, I'm thinking OTs for S&D. I'm thinking game number 5s for this particular series.
Okay, but let's talk about that S&D for a little while too, and we're not going to miss it. When we see it pop up, we're going to talk about the picks and bans as well, so keep your eyes out for that. But what are you specifically hoping to get out of those S&D matches?
I mean, I really think that it's a big proving point for that DICE roster. Obviously, they have a lot of gun skill. They have a lot of firepower. They've got young players like Teabag that they know can slay out. But the question has been, can they slow things down and find a way to really evaluate after every round and not get flustered? Because that's the thing that we've seen with a lot of these young teams that might not have a dedicated leader, is can they find a way to bounce back whenever they go through those rough rounds? I think the addition of Yawn into this roster is a really underrated move. Obviously, Slothy is a player that a lot of people expected to be here, as he was the sub on that Tribe World Championship roster, but Yawn definitely a very, very steady presence for this team, and I think could be a solid leader to give them a chance up against ARP.
I like that point that you bring up as well with that, Bobby, because sometimes even if you come into a game with a roster filled with young talent that has just that raw gun skill, there is always an element of competing at a high level where that experience is really necessary, right, Mommy? So talk to me about how that could potentially affect their performance when it comes to this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to experience, we're talking about how ARP has been grinding, especially in being in one house. And that's really important when it comes to getting to know your teammates, getting that really crisp and fast comms, right? But when we said that they were the runner-ups for 2021, they were a completely different roster. And so now let's see if this new roster of majority from Venezuela can actually perform up against DICE, because I feel like that Brotherhood really will take a stab at possibly winning it for them.
All right, well, we talked about it. We've got the picks and bans coming in. Bobby, what are we looking at?
Well, it looks like we got bans on Hacienda and Arsenal. Not super surprising there, but we get to see Apocalypse Hardpoint, which is something that, especially in the eastern regions, basically never gets played. I really think this is a very solid hardpoint map and a solid addition to the competitive map pool. Obviously, one of the big things about this is your lead is never really safe. So even if we see somebody off to a strong start, a couple of solid chains together on a couple crucial hardpoints, points can turn things around in the blink of an eye. So it's definitely going to be a fun map pool to see. We do have Meltdown, Search, and Destroy thrown back into the rotation as well. That's one that I've been hoping was going to be added back for a while. So having that in the rotation, definitely a big W in my book.
Anything else you noticed, Mommy?
I mean, it's Meltdown. It's one map that I always wanted because we saw it back in 2020, but I mean, the past few years we haven't seen it, but I think it's a really fun map. And like what Bobby mentioned is that this whole series is just a fun choice of maps here. Crossroads Strike coming from Control, like what you said a while ago. Things can get crazy here really, really quickly. And obviously, if ever we do get into that game number 4, game number 5, it's a little bit more classic map, Summit and Fire Range. So it's nice to see that these teams aren't afraid to throw in like these newer maps, and I'm really looking forward to that Meltdown map. It's been a while.
Well, we'll have to see if our second main matchup of the day ends up being a little bit closer than what we saw the first time around out of both of our matches, including the secondary one, or if we continue to get these clean sweeps right now. I think it's going to be exciting to watch either way, because we get to continue following these journeys as players are nailing down those spots into challenge. Don't forget that that's what they're all fighting for today. Yes, we've got some prize money on the line, but everyone is trying to make their way through to challenge to continue in this competition. And then even after challenge, everyone has their sights set on world championship. So they need to make their way past this stage in order to even get there. That's where all of their focus is going to be. Now, I think our match is going to be ready in just a couple moments here. Chat, we want to hear from you as well. Let us know how you think this next match is going to go as we take a look back at this bracket one more time. Like we said before, Luminosity's made it through, Devious made it through. They're now in that upper bracket semi-final portion. And then as we look down at the lower bracket to see where the teams that lost have ended up, you see Dramaz down there up against Seminole, and then we have LPZ against Limited. Now, Bobby, how are you feeling about Dramaz versus Seminole?
I think if you're Seminole, you're not too worried about your hopes of making it into stage 4. Obviously, we saw Dramaz. They've got some experience, but just not quite matching up against a team like Devious, who in the past Seminole have handled fairly easy in the majority of their matchups. So maybe a small chance that Dramaz finds a way to take 1, maybe 2 maps, but I would think it would probably take a miracle for them to take the series. I am hoping that Seminole steps their game up, takes things really serious here, and shows just how dominant they can be.
I love that. And then on the other matchup that we had down there, Mommy, was LPZ versus Limited. What are your thoughts on that?
I feel like for LPZ, I think that they might be able to get this win, and I'm interested also how Seminole is gonna potentially, this is like my world, right? If Seminole's going up against LPZ, it's basically like, okay, if they can beat LPZ, they're going to be seeing Luminosity again, which is what everyone wants to see. But for me, it's not going to happen, unfortunately, but that SXC is not going to happen up against LPZ. So again, really interesting how the lower bracket finally comes along.
Yeah, and it will determine a lot as after this match, we'll have more teams dropping down into that lower bracket and setting up some more matchups that we're going to be focusing on later on in the day to see who claims those final spots moving through to the next stage. I mean, there's lots of stuff to pay attention here too. Match number 2, right around the corner. Before we get into it, give me a scoreline prediction here, Bobby. How do you think this one's going to go?
I think it has a chance to go the distance. I think Dice and ARP are 2 very well-matched teams. If ARP has been practicing as much as people say that they have been, then I think they've got what it takes. I would expect Dice to probably have a little bit of an edge in the respawns. I think ARP has a chance to take it if they can force a map 5 and a search and destroy. So I think for Dice, it's really hoping that you can close things down in those first few maps and avoid the S&D at all costs.
Avoid the S&D at all costs. Yeah, I feel like you're right about that. I mean, if they are working really hard, I feel like they probably would have improved their S&D game. But if you think ARP might have a little bit of an edge, I think Dice is also a really good choice because I feel like they do have more of an edge in S&D. I think that will be their strongest bet here when it comes to taking a map off of ARP. But again, we do have more respawns compared to the non-respawns. See how the control game, if it be our swing game.
All right. I like it. I like it. It's all sounding really good to me. And I don't want to hold us up here any longer than we need to be. So I think it's almost time for us to get into the game. I think I might be able to pass it off to you guys here in just a second.
All right. Well, I know you guys in chat were very, very excited for the skins to be downloaded. Hopefully we have that all taken care of.
Right.
I know that's probably the reason that we're on a little bit of a delay, but I think it will be worth it because that was the only thing that anybody was talking about for the entire last match.
You know what's funny is the fact that literally everything could be burning in the studio or in our houses, but people are going to be saying, we need the skins. We absolutely need the skins. I mean, the one thing that we can boast here in Call of Duty Mobile is the fact that our skins are absolutely, it's lit when it comes to those first-person shooters. Like for a lot of these team members, a lot of these pro players, it comes with, I don't know if it's true for you guys, but do you feel like you're full, or do you think like you do a better job if you have skins? Yes? Okay, that was fast.
Yes. Look good, feel good, play good. That's like the cardinal rule of shooters. Okay, right, Bobby?
Yes. Well, I don't play good, but I do the other. So I agree on those 2 points. Yes.
Oh, speaking of Bobby playing good, can I just say that this man, he already knows what I'm going to say. This man knows very well that he could have played here in Stage 3. He had a team that qualified, and he had to forfeit because he's what? He's casting.
Well, I don't think I would have actually made it to be on broadcast because we would have been like in the part of the bracket that you saw, like we beat one of the teams that's early in the lower bracket, but the next team we would have gone against was Limited, which is Aerith's team, and Aerith is way better than any of us at Call of Duty Mobile. So our odds of actually making it onto the broadcast, probably pretty slim, but you know, it's the furthest we've ever made it. So I was happy with it. And honestly, we didn't mean to make it that far anyway.
Maybe next season. Maybe next season. Okay.
Yeah, we'll go all the way.
We'll hold out. Yeah, we'll hold out hope for that. But it's time for us to get into the match. So let's do it.
All right. Well, ARP up against DICE should be an absolute banger of a matchup. Once again, I feel like ARP is kind of a big question mark right now. They have a lot of talent, a lot of players that are super recognizable. Obviously, one player that a lot of people in chat will recognize, is I have seen a lot of Spanish-speaking viewers, is Kimwax, formerly of Zygnus. We did see that Zygnus roster disband earlier in the year, but he has found a new home, and hopefully ARP going to be a solid spot for him to have a chance at making it back to Stage 4. Zygnus having their fair share of struggles over the past couple of years when it comes to Stage 4. We did see them in Stage 5 2021, but probably were not super happy with their performance, so he's going to look and see if he can help his team bounce back as we get ready to hop into this one.
I feel like when it comes to ARP, a name that always just kind of stood out to me because they were always so close into being those champions. But obviously you had Pepe, you had Jesus Saves, where they're in a completely separate team now, and that's when we say that they were such a good roster back then. But let's see if they could definitely try to bring glory into their name now into this new roster. And definitely something that really stood out to me is the fact that most of the team members of ARP actually was from Mayhem, and you are actually from Mayhem, Bobby. Like, can you tell me about like what happened that team now? Do you have like that confidence in them, especially response?
Yeah, no question about it. I think they were very, very well-rounded across the board. I think one of the big downsides was they tended to have a very slow start when it came to the hard point. So I think a big thing for them is going to be finding ways to start off strong and then to finish strong as well. There were so many situations where we saw them start off down 60 points, 100 points, and then they played great the rest of the way through. Like they were what? Plus 30, plus 40 for the rest of the game, but it wasn't enough to make up for that differential off the start. And that's not something you can afford to happen at this stage of the competition. So looks like we are ready to go for the Apocalypse hardpoint in map number 1. And Maybe not. No ping, no party.
No ping, no
quick
party.
reset right here, and and hopefully all of our players can get things squared away.
Okay, hi, hello there. We're back here. Welcome to the chat. Yes, we're trying to get things in order, getting all the resources down for everyone else to have a really good experience back at home. And honestly, okay, I didn't think that not having the skins downloaded would affect me that much, but that whole time that we were casting that first matchup, I was just like this. Like there's something wrong. Like why is the reticle like that? Why is that the iron sight? Oh well, I mean we're just spoiled when it comes to the Call of Duty mobile skins.
Yep, it's always like really mind bending when you're like looking in RUS, but it's like killing fast and making the sound of a switchblade. So I'm very glad that we got that fixed up and ready to go. But obviously, the matchup at hand, DICE versus ARP, like you talked about, the majority of the players between these two rosters have had some level of experience, whether it be Stage 4 or Stage 5 over the past couple of years. That's kind of the way things go as you get further and further into a competitive scene as well. So definitely a lot to prove on both sides of things. I think we are about to hop back into this one. And obviously, the top side going to give a little bit more of an advantage as you do have that high ground POV. ARP is going to be starting there, and their AR is going to be looking to set up. That's going to be Kimwex and Detri looking to lock down map control.
Yeah, I mean, it's really like what you mentioned. Like, this is actually a really fun map. Everything's really open, like compared to the other, hard points that we have. It's really hard to just have a solid hold here because of how open everyone is. And so far, P1 gonna be into the DICE, having a lot more control. But just as I said that, they really need to take down this player number 5. That's gonna be Hax, having such a solid power position. And Yon takes down 2 players coming in from ARP.
He's got 5 in a row right now. Going to spot out a veteran as well, and he is already locked in a Pred missile and working on the EMP system here. He slides the corner, not quite able to find the kill. But we talked about him being a big pickup for this DICE roster. I anticipated some people may have given it a second glance. NYSLM didn't quite show up the way everybody wanted them to in Stage 5 last year. But this guy's been putting in work, and his teammate Teabag locking in a whole lot right here as well. 5 kills in a row off the start. And it looks like right now ARP are just giving away score streaks.
Yeah, I mean, this is a start that we didn't really expect. And now, finally, next set of hard points right now. We're going into P2, where you need to have a really solid hold into fire, into back gold, because that's when you'll see the spawns are going to come through. So again, I feel like this is one of the more easier hard points to actually go and get. As you can see, Awaken already in position. So that's going to be a really nice power position to have, because you're going to expect a lot of these teams trying to go up until this particular hop-up wall, this half wall. And let's try to see if everyone else from ARP can go in for the break, but they're just struggling a little bit. But speaking of, Veteran actually able to go in for the break, and they're able to go in there for the more favorable spawn.
And they are able to break the spawns, which completely flips his hard point on its head. Should be able to get the reinforcements in there. Detri hold it down the head glitch, and he is beaming 3 in a row. Teabag hits the hop up, but he's going to get traded out as well. And now finally, ARP looking to turn things around. Score streaks coming in for Detri. Another one of those former players, I believe, from Zygnus at one point. I can't remember 100%, but right now ARP managing to find a way from preventing that lead to build too terribly much. Hax looking to lock down that side of the map. As Mago on the high ground, trying to see what they can do as Veteran picks up another one right there. And ARP in a solid spot. Looks like they're going to be able to hold down the fort for now.
Oh, Yon dealing some damage as he's going to be tagged up in a really essential power position as we head into P3. The trenches is going to be a pretty good position to kind of sneak up against these enemies, and you wouldn't be able to get a lot of the kills done, but at least you do have Rabal's going to be right there by the trenches, and now Hax will try to go in for the break as well. It's all yellow across the board, but ARP was able to get a lot of the points down, so that's going to be impressive. But I feel like it's because they were able to flip that spawn, and Kimwax tried to go in for that spawn flip as well, but unfortunately loses that essential gunfight.
Detry's gonna hop down. Hipfire connects out of the Holger, and he's gonna be able to lock in the scrap time right here. One player in the top of Treehouse, but no angle onto Detry. And once again, it looks like Dice gonna be rotating out, looking to set up. They've got 2 players in position right here, and it looks like they're gonna have those back spawns as well. You do not want to be forced to flip out, but they do exactly that. Huge spawn break by ARP right here. One player with a big gunfight. It is going to be Mago, and he goes big on the first one. Looking to find the second here as well, but players gonna spawn behind for Dice. That's exactly what they needed, and they're gonna be back in position to lock in time on this hard point. War Machine shots going over the top. Teabag slides on through. 20 kills already to his name. And Dice looked like they were going to be back in the driver's seat as they locked in the spawns, but Mago breaks on through. They are doing a phenomenal job of minimizing the amount of progress Dice has been able to find here.
With Dice, they were able to just get control of the hill, get a lot of the points in the first few seconds. And now for ARP, they're just hanging along. As much as they've been winning a lot of the gunfights in spawn, they're not able to really touch it because of the amount of contest that we've seen Dice absolutely put that pressure on. But just as we said that, now we're going in for the next set of hard points where it's going to be absolutely open right here. P4 rather, P1. And it's going to be hard because this is such an open hard point, and a lot of the times you need to find a way to just get a lot of the score streaks down.
Yeah, well, right now it's, I mean, you look at the kill counts, and it seems like Dice should be running away with this one, but Awaken just having an absolute nightmare of a game. Only 6 kills on the board for him, as everybody else just absolutely having their way with this ARP squad. He's going to slide on through, looking for some information. We've seen him on a couple of those Stage 4, Stage 5 rosters, but hasn't quite been able to find the success that he would like to have. Yon looking to push through, Sparrow in hand, info checking left and right, but he's going to get spotted out before he can find any kills. And it looks like Dice going to be back on the hard point, but priority number 1, locking in those top spawns, and that's what ARP has done. Everybody flooding through that back temple side. And right now, they need to get somebody up into the top side to hold down the power positions. Robalo's going to push through, does some damage, finds a couple of kills, but you got to find a way to flip those spawns, and right now, ARP not letting it happen.
This is where we saw ARP get that comeback that they deserved, and right now Kimwatch is actually going to be a really good job at defending that spot, holding down that anchor, as everyone else from his team is going to be in the more favorable spawn. That's going to be back temple. But what we saw a while ago in P4, they were able to get spawns, yes, but not able to touch that hard point. Player number 1 coming in from Dice, though, that's Robalo, trying to get that information down, trying to go in for that hop up, but not able to sustain and win that gunfight. I mean, it's really important that you see player number 5, if you're looking at the mini map, he's just going to be staying there, so that's going to be huge for them, as ARP still getting the more favorable spawn, and Mago seemed to be like he's such a solid anchor right now for ARP.
Yeah, and it's really the spawn control that has allowed them to be as close as they are right now. Dice is going to be able to break back on through. It's not going to look like they're able to get spawn control, but honestly, you don't really want it at this point as your main goal to rotate out and try to get spawns for that next hard point. ARP keeping things nice and close. Hacks beaming left and right. He's got 22 on the board. Only 10 seconds separating these 2 teams on the scoreboard. Hacks, cheeky little corner, nearly chokes the gunfight. Is going to find the kill, but easily traded out right there. And Awaken looking to push on through. Big opening kill with the claw. Looking to get max value. Able to find another, but traded out by Mago. Absolutely crucial, but Teabag's going to slide on through. He's now got the Annihilator in hand, and he's not missing a bullet. 3 in a row. A complete wipe onto ARP, and he's not stopping anytime soon. CBR in hand as well. That's full streaks for him, and what a feed right there for Dice.
Wow, Teabag has been a phenomenal player this particular round. I mean, he's just been in really good positions. His timing is just really good, and he's able to utilize his ago. He was able to do that to cut that rotation in P4, apply that pressure off, and now he did the same thing here. And now as we're moving forward, just 9 seconds left, the scraps going into ARP. It's still very doable for them to make that comeback, but that rotation into the back spawn into P4 is still not theirs. And that's what we saw a while ago. They were trying to play catch up here in P4.
Yeah, right now, Jan is looking to anchor. I don't know that he's been spotted out on the backside in a crucial gunfight right here. He's going to get taken down just like that. ARP able to break those spawns again, and spawn control, the #1 most important factor. If you want to have a chance right here, it looked like they were going to be able to break, but no players dropping. ARP maintains control, but they're not on the inside of the hard point, and that's priority #1. You've got to get players through. Smoke's perfectly placed for Dice to allow them to continue to stack those points. The lead starting to build. Hax finds a big triple right there, and now only 40 points needed for Dice to get the win here on map 1. Solid feed comes through for ARP. They're looking to break through, but Raballo has just been untouchable, and right now he's got 28 kills to his name and a whole lot of hard point time as well. Hax not able to connect with the boxing gloves, but the Holger is there, and you can just spray and pray at that doorway all day long. ARP not having a chance. Detry finally able to find the trade, but the lead has now built quickly to 90 points, and Dice with a chance to close this one out.
Finally, we get to see an early rotation coming in from ARP, trying to get those points down, and K with Peace and Veteran as well. An essential 3K coming in from ARP. So this is where they can finally have signs of life, but you can see here that Dice actually has the more favorable spawn, and that's something that we need to see ARP just get early on into the game. They're finally winning a lot of the gunfights. So far, only have one operator to play with. That's going to be Detry, but figuring out when he's going to be able to take that out, not quite sure, as only one player is going to be right there for ARP as Dice funnel, and they're dropping it like flies though, so that's still going to be good. We need to see Chagabu step on it.
Yep, she's going to be able to slide on into the point right here, locking in some time. Big gunfight on the bottom side of that treehouse. She's still locking in the top side. Yon's going to be able to slide on through, but she should be able to have eyes. And once again, ARP's in position to get those spawns, get the map control, but it looks like they're going to give up a lot of time right here and not a whole lot of margin for error as they have the setup right now, but they've got to start winning more of these gunfights. Teabag has been an absolute thorn in their side. Last I saw, nearly on a 40 bomb. Hax making his way up there as well. And they're going to look and see if they can maybe find a way to break these spawns. Don't know how Jan was able to get a player off of the hard point, but trades are going to be there. ARP making their way up there, but you have got to get every second you possibly can. Teabag, Annihilator in hand, seeing if he can break on through and find those final 6 seconds.
Teabag and his Annihilator is definitely going to be a force to be reckoned with, but this is where ARP Gaming actually just has a bright side. But as we said that, Dice actually goes in for the back end push, tries to go in there for the temple spawn, and they're able to go get down. And ARP did not see that coming, and oh my goodness, they just flipped the spawns around, and with just 5 more points, ARP gonna be in a little bit of a pickle as you get to see Jan in a really good position, a really good heady to get that, and there you go, 250 going to be your scoreline, and that last-minute push into Temple is definitely going to be the most impressive thing that we've seen. I mean, Dice has been doing a really impressive job, but a way to end it, that's going to be really good.
Yeah, you saw them group up at the end right there and then just absolutely bull rush the player at top Temple trying to lock down those spawns, and they didn't stand a chance. Once they broke through, the game was pretty much chalked, and that was about as clean as you can play that P2 if you are Dice as expected. The more dominant hardpoint team, at least on this map. No guarantee that's going to be the case all the way through, but on the whole, they were winning the majority of the gunfights that we saw. Like we said, big pop-off games for a couple of the newcomers in Teabag and Hax. Obviously, they've been around the competitive scene, but haven't been old enough to participate in Stage 4 and Stage 5. This is their first chance at doing that, and they have definitely come to play.
Yeah, I mean, I stuff coming in from ARP because they can definitely deal with the firepower, but the problem is the fact that they did not rotate early enough to get those power positions. They did not anchor enough, and when they did try to anchor, it was already a few seconds into hard point. So that's one thing that I'm thinking about, like possibility if we go for that game number 4 in Summit, is that going to be the same case for them? But it's going to be a smaller spawn, and obviously Summit's going to be a map that everyone's kind of with. But it kind of sets down the pace and moon for Dice right now, and it'll be Meltdown next in SND. So I'm how these players are gonna play it again.
Yeah, I think that ARP, like I said, a little bit more experience, probably a little bit better at slowing things down as well. I'm anticipating that they're going to feel comfortable here in the search and destroy. And obviously, Meltdown is a map that allows you to really dictate the pace as much as you want to when you're on the offensive side, because you have that longer generator side that allows you to control lanes with a sniper, or if you want to, you can play nice and up close and absolutely bull rush into that big circle. It's a question of how they're feeling most comfortable, and when it comes to the defense, you can typically sit back and play for retakes if you're comfortable enough with your strategy. So ARP definitely feeling like a must-win game for them, as we expect DICE to dominate when it comes to the respawns. Obviously, control going to be big, but first ARP have got to find a way to take care of the search and destroy.
Definitely. But before we actually get into that SND, like, what was the main reasons why you think the DICE was able to get that? Because honestly, for me, it was their operator usage. You saw that Annihilator, he was just absolutely getting every bullet's worth. And again, the early rotations, that was setting down for them and really giving them an easier time when it comes to these gunfights.
I felt like ultimately it just came down to raw gun skill. I felt like there were so many situations, I think especially when it came to P2. ARP by far looked stronger when it came to locking down the early P2 spawns, and the only reason DICE were able to break through is because of that solid push from that right side to bull rush the player that was locking down spawns on the top side. So Apocalypse is a very, very spawn-oriented hardpoint map, which is not necessarily the case in all Call of Duty mobile maps. There are definitely some more so than others. Like you talked about Summit, one of those that, especially when it comes to P3, if you can lock down those spawns, it should be a guaranteed full 60. But it seems like when it comes to Apocalypse, every single hardpoint is like that. And even when ARP were doing a good job of rotating early, there's just so much gun skill for DICE that they could just bull rush their way through no problem.
Definitely, when it comes to Apocalypse, there's just so many openings, and I'm trying to figure out still what is that money hill that we figure out when it comes to hardpoint. But here we go, the map that me and Bobby have finally been waiting for, the comeback of Meltdown, as we get to slow things down here in S&D. Looking like they're trying to go for that alpha push. Again, like what you said, this is a more close quarters combat type of map, and part of the map where pizza gonna be things happening here at the same time. And we get to see Detri and Shakabu gets it, but T-Bag gets that double piece, and this guy has been on a roll.
Well, all down to Detri. He's gonna get spotted out. T-Bag gets the information, and now Yawn gonna go ahead, group up with T-Bag, and they're gonna wait for him to make the move. Bomb is down on the inside of that A site as well, so not a great spot for them to be. He's got to hope for a crazy pick with the sniper in hand. I don't think he's quite been able to pick up an SMG to work with either. So looks like he's going to go ahead, pop the nade right here, see if he can find a pick, but no real angle to work with. Is T-Bag and Yawn both going to evacuate the site? And I think he may have saw him, but he definitely did not. So he's going to look to clear through right here. And assuming that the DICE player saw him right here, should be a locked down round, and that's exactly what it's going to be.
Caught timing not into the favor of Detri, and gotta feels bad, but still, I mean, I feel like it was still very doable for us to clutch that up if he picked up an SMG, but unfortunately just couldn't. And now DICE, that's good to play your numbers like that, to just stick to team rather than being picked by one. And I love this particular spot here. You always expect that there's going to be a rush, a different util as Hax goes down. Detri gets that pick off as well, so that's good for ARP.
Yeah, and you force DICE all the way out of that site, and right now you're going to be able to get the plant for free. 3 players already down for DICE, and that's probably a little bit more how ARP expected that first round to go. T-Bag, Yawn, just hoping for some information, but no chance any more than one player peeks out, and it's going to be Kimwax winning the gunfight anyway. Yawn left all alone, looking to work the heady, but he can't even win the opener. Kimwax shuts him down. Just like that, ARP bounces back to tie things up.
Oh, that was good. The fact that they just fully rushed into Alpha. And let's see if they're going to be doing the same case here. And if DICE will send in more players into that part of the map, it looks like they're going in for that full rush again into A. And now coming in for DICE, they're going to be in a more split-up approach. As player number 4, as you can see, T-Bag going in for Bravo. Not going to be the best thing to do. Detri gets one, Kimwax gets another, and it's just ARP all across the board. And with T-Bag, I feel like since he's the main slayer of the team, he needs to be where everyone else is.
Yeah, he's definitely been playing more of a lurker role, and it's resulted in some difficult pushes for DICE. Not going to be able to spot out Chagaboo there either, and now it's going to be left all down to Yawn. That was the case last time around. Not getting away with his life. The ragdoll right there just looks so goofy as the body fell down to the ground, but 2 straight rounds for ARP. Kimwax, who had a nightmare of a start in the hard point, bouncing back in a big way. 5 kills off the start. Detri, his right-hand man, coming through. They combine for 9. And it looks like they're going to full send on over the B side right here. And a completely unexpected strategy for DICE. They have nobody here to defend.
Oh, this is beautiful from ARP. Yes, like A was working out for them, but they wanted to go for the misdirection for that one player. That's going to be Chagaboo. Goes down though, unfortunately, and Hax goes in there for the body shots. Awaken spots 1, and Kimwa's going to be in a really bad position, but it's a good thing that he repositions himself. T-Bag with the flag, and speaking of, he's going to be taking care of that, and just like that, ARP is going to be in a really bad pinch. Let's see if these 2 players can go and win it, but Mago gets 2. That's going to be huge. But Ball's going to be right there for the trade. And Defuse finally comes. I get it. ARP did a good job at funneling in through Generator, but at the post plant, they kind of had a hard time because they didn't have any flank watch.
I'm a little bit confused. ARP just executed on the A site to absolute perfection 2 times in a row. And then they go ahead and send things on over to B and get absolutely picked apart. And now you basically completely given away your strategy to DICE because, hey, we can do whatever we want over on the B side. We'll just keep on sending it there. They find their way back over to A, and that's what you should have done last time around. Like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. ARP, I would be shocked if we don't see them go back to A, as that was an absolute speed run of a round.
You know what? Maybe what they need to do is like mid to A now. I know they're gonna completely do the same thing. And like what you said, if it ain't broken, don't fix it. And Detri has been a really good opener for them, but it's a different approach now coming in for DICE as they're going to be slowing things down. Hax spots 1, tags in, gets 1, and possibility to get a second one, but information is going to be down. But unfortunately for ARP, DICE has recovered, and them slowing things down by just a tiny bit, they're adapting here, and that's why we see a 3-3. And ARP seems to be like they need to change up their strategy just a little bit.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and flip sides. I like that ARP stuck with the A push, but I do feel like they made it that final round. They made it very predictable because they sent every single player in the same doorway. You had no map control elsewhere, and I think they maybe overcommitted to the strategy. Kimwax right back to back with Yawn right here, and this could be a freebie depending on how he peeks out the doorway. It's Yawn picking up the kill, but the bomb is gonna go down for DICE right here. ARP, man disadvantage. You're hoping your sniper can find a pick, but Detri not able to connect on the first one, and Awaken's gonna be able to get tucked away into the corner. Rough spot to B, but Detri finds the pick, and just like that, the retake's on the way.
One thing that I was surprised is like Detri did not have any kind of information, so that means that DICE was able to just cover themselves up with this generator, so that's going to be huge. But as we said, that's going to be a 3v3 situation, still evened out. Detri goes down, Rebalo gets that second, and we're going to be finally getting that first lead coming in from. I feel like it was such a slow rotation coming in from the rest of the ARP members. He probably see the rest of AR. I mean, or here rather, probably didn't see the members of DICE there. So again, they need faster comms when it comes to ARP.
Yeah, DICE much more of a split push strategy, but Detri makes him pay, finds Awaken off the start. Chagaboo picks up Hex as well, and ARP back in the driver's seat. Wow, what a beam out of Mago. T-Bag is gonna get traded out right there, and Rabalo's gonna go for the plant. Looks like ARP pretty comfortable letting them have it and trusting their ability on that 4v. Oh, no 4v2 retake. Yon's going to be able to pick up 2, and just like that, it's into a 2v2. Roballo holding down that mid angle. They don't have anybody watching the flank, but there's nobody that they really have to worry about. If you're ARP, you got to find inroads. Veteran's got a nade to work with right here. Going to go over top, but not able to find a connection. And the longer this goes, the rougher it gets for ARP on the retake. They just look terrified to make a push through. And Yon and Roballo pick up those kills seamlessly. The man advantage completely thrown out the window for ARP, and they now find themselves down 2 rounds.
Huge 2-piece coming in from Yon, and that force going into the back end definitely threw off ARP. And now they're going in for a more split approach. Again, Detri's going to be right there in generators, right into that same cubby that he was at. And a slower approach actually coming in from Dice in there, letting ARP take up that. And now as I get that information down that there's a lot of players coming in from ARP, everyone else from DICE going in for that rotation into Bravo. But information also given by ARP, and he does get that nade kill. Detri opens things up and stops the push coming in from DICE.
Yep, he's going to be able to overlook onto the bomb site. Not quite able to connect onto Roballo right there. Should be able to get the bomb planted. But I think Mago has the information onto the players up on generators. Couple crucial kills as Detri finds a snipe there as well. And now all down to Yon. Easy defuse coming through right here. Wait, it should be an easy defuse. Okay, there's the defuse. I don't know. I don't know if Yon picked him off the defuse or maybe they panicked or whatever. ARP is going to take the round, but it took a little bit longer than I expected.
Yon is just, I thought he was going to get that kill. I was like, wow, this guy's God. If he stops that and gets that other kill. But there you go. I mean, ARP getting slowly but surely getting that round. And that was a good response for them. They were able to check Yon out because Yon likes to go in for that back end push. Eventually, now we're still going in for another Bravo push, even though DICE didn't really have a win there. They only have to deal with one person, and they know it's only just one person. That's that D-bag gets one as well. And so it's going to be a 3v5, and everyone else coming in from ARP still slow to the rim. Come on, like where are the comms here?
Yeah, and they just don't seem to be really picking up a whole lot off of what DICE is doing. They're going on over the B side every time. They have no mid-map control. That's an easy pick for T-Bag, and now you're into a 2v5, and you only have 28 seconds to work with. They find the initial pick right there, but now DICE have all the information they could possibly want. Yon's holding down the flank, and now 1 HP, you're going to be forced to regen right here, and there's just no time for ARP to work with. As predictable as can be, that should be a freebie for Roballo. He does get traded out, but only a matter of time. Chelsea gets spotted out right there. She gets taken down, and now DICE only 1 round away from closing out map 2 and putting themselves at match point.
ARP seems to be like they're struggling on, and they're spreading themselves out. Skolo, just being the sole person there in Bravo, finds it very difficult to give up that info. And like what you said, they need map control, and that's going to be Kimwax going in for that side of red, but push right now as Veteran Awaken. That's going to be 1 apiece. Second kill very quickly, balling here in Alpha.
Yep. Right now, Detri's going to find a crucial pick into a 2v2. It was absolute chaos on the top side. But Roballo's going to be able to get the bomb down. The nade over top, not quite well placed for Mago. And into the retake once again. Detri with the sniper in hand, hoping he can find a pick, but his barrel is a little bit too long. T-Bag takes him down, and now Mago into the 1v1 up against Roballo. Some time to work with. But right now, Roballo's going to wait for the audio cues, and I believe it's going to go through right here. Slides the corner. Mago 1 HP. He can't really afford to chow. Roballo working the head glitch. He beams over top, and DICE, they go big in map 2 as well and put themselves in position to lock in an early spot to stage 4.
Man, I mean, RP had all the chances to win that S&D, especially being on the attacking side. It seems like it's a little bit too hard for on either side. I feel like it's because the communication's a little bit slow when it comes to playing, like every time it's off a site. It's like you already expect that a lot of your teammates should go and rush towards it was really slow. I feel like there were 2 times that actually happened. They were slow into the rotation. But there you go. I mean, well done for DICE for them to actually get into where they were kind of losing in the beginning, but at the very end, it just didn't matter. It seems like on the attack.
Yeah, we saw a lot of life leads get thrown away by ARP, and I think you're right, especially once they got onto the defensive side, they just didn't really seem to make those adjustments that they need to make, and they made life easy for DICE as they now move into a control map that gives them an opportunity to go ahead and lock in a stage 5 spot. Obviously, if you're ARP, a loss here doesn't mean that you're out of the competition, but it puts you in a much more dangerous spot on the lower bracket side. And yeah, maybe a couple rounds go a different way, something different happens right there. But I think especially that random offensive push over to B when A was working, maybe if you find that round going the other way, they have a chance at winning that one. But that combined with throwing away the 4-2 life lead, it definitely seemed like it was more that they handed the win over to DICE than DICE really seizing the opportunity.
Like, honestly, that B push, I mean, yes, it was working, but I mean, if they were able to pull it off, that was the problem. It's like the early game setup was good in Bravo, but they weren't able to sustain, especially since the flank was not watched. That's when you saw T-Bag was able to go into that area. And it just realizing that, okay, maybe they have a trouble when it comes to flank, because twice it happened. Yon got that beautiful 2-piece from mid going into the back end into yard, where things kind of fell apart for ARP. So looking forward to what will happen here in Control, because we will have Crossroads Strike. So like what we mentioned a while ago, things can easily snowball here.
Yeah, and the thing about Crossroads Strike is it's not even necessarily, I would say, a defensive sided map. But like, I think we've seen over the course of the past couple months with teams practicing it, if you're good enough at the map, it can be an offensive sided map just because of how many different solid positions you can hold to be able to lock in early objective time. So this is one that really is a coin flip, and I feel like isn't going to be super determined by which side the players start on. Obviously, mid map is going to be key to Control, because if you allow players to push on through, the spawn traps can be absolutely nasty and very, very difficult to counter. It's going to be what both these teams are looking to avoid. Doesn't feel like there's a whole lot that one team can do to take a big advantage off of this outside of controlling the mid map. When it comes to the hard point, you want to be able to lock down spawns. You got those set spawns here in Control, so biggest element is going to be controlling the mid map.
Definitely. And like what you mentioned, mid map control is definitely important, and not just in the first floor, but walk. You see a bunch of gunfights early into the game, and whoever wins that will definitely have a good say as to how the tides will change into that certain round. But here we go. We're finally starting things off in Crossroads Strike and Control. Let's see if we can have ARP sweep up DICE, but as DICE on the defense, let's see how ARP will respond.
T-Bag wins the opener on that catwalk area. Ramallo's going to get taken off the objective. Pretty even on the lives off the start right here. We got to pay attention to the main ARs. Yawn with LK overlooking the lake, and we got a couple of Holgers coming into play as well. Detri's been able to find 3 already. An Awaken big gunfight on the inside of that mid-map area. Hack's gonna be able to find 1 nice little pre-fire. The beauty of the Holger, you got 100 bullets. You can spray and pray as long as you want to, and Raballo wins a couple more right now. DICE in a solid spot, but they're gonna lose that first objective, and they find themselves down in lives as well. ARP setting themselves up solidly here on the offensive side.
Definitely, they have a pretty good reach when it comes to the gunfights. Obviously, Detri going to be their eyes as veteran goes in there for that pretty, so it's that kill. And now I feel like for DICE, they're struggling when it comes to the kills here. It's just like every single time try to make a move, ARP is just going to be there for the stop, as 14 and 7 is going to be your life count. And not just that, you're Bravo. And like what you mentioned, it doesn't have a clear-cut way. Okay, if you're going to be on defense, you'll have more of an edge. Not Crossroads Strike. You definitely have more of a chance for both ends to try and get it. I feel like that what makes it really interesting in this particular map.
Yep. ARP, only one more kill to lock in the round. Robalo's going to get spotted out right there. And now definitely a glimmer of hope for ARP to bounce back and try to find the reverse sweep. Veteran, I mean, that's one of the better performances I've seen out of him maybe ever. 13 kills in a round of control. That is dominance right there, and he has got his operator good and ready to go. Dice looking very, very lost on the defensive side. 1-for-1 trades off the start right here. Kimwax looking to push through, find that mid-map control, and it looks like they might be able to set up an early spawn trap right here. Hack's looking to break out, but he's going to get shut down, and the pressure getting further and further up into the map. Awaken's got a big gunfight to win. Yawn gets shut down, and ARP looking to make the push through, but a couple big kills come through for Dice. They alleviate that pressure and give them a chance to start pushing back toward that objective.
Yeah, Dice is having a hard attaining a solid anchor point as the ARP just pushed the pedal here at 100, and this is looking like a different team though, compared to what we saw a while ago in hard. They're so comfortable, but again, it's still going to be even when it comes to the lives. And for Dice, they're finally having a hold of that Bravo flag. And so far, ARP probably going to be trying to apply that pressure as mid-tech still open, but cleaning up here in that second tick of progress.
Yep, ARP gets the life advantage back right now. One tick of progress, like you mentioned, and the operator's starting to come out. That operator usage going to be crucial. Awaken's going to pop the claw, instantly taken down. Now, he didn't fire a shot. That means he should gain back the majority of the progress, but you want to make the most of what you've got. And right now, Dice do not have a single operator in their hands. Annihilator going to pop for Mago, and he's got a chance to clear off this objective, but Robalo's not giving him an inch. Looks like they're going to be able to get the B capture, but now the kills come through. Big feed for ARP. They only need 3 more to close out this round.
Yeah, played up Kimwax going in for that flank. Hack's going to be the only person left, but he does get that kill, but he does get tagged up. Information sent down to ARP, and he's being down. And the best thing that ARP can do right now is to stick together, because you don't want to give away those 1v1s, because it's still very doable for Hacks to actually get that 1v4, and he does have a minute to play with. That is a lot of time. But what we're looking at right now is that they need to just stay put. For me, I think they need to go close into that alpha flag, because he has no choice but to actually get there. Hacks wins that gunfight 3v1, and this is probably one thing that you don't want, is to isolate. Now they're definitely isolated.
Yeah, I don't really understand the logic to this. You know that he doesn't have any choice but to go capture A. So I don't quite understand the reasoning behind having a player all the way over on B in Mago. Veteran is going to be able to win that gunfight, but much closer than it really needed to be for ARP. They do have a chance to close this out in a 3-0 win. If you are ARP, you want to end as quickly as possible. Veteran already has his operator charge back up. Once again, his dominance is something that you love to see as somebody who's been in the competitive scene for a while, but just hasn't really quite hit his stride before. 21 kills off the start and continues to build the streaks off the start of this one.
Well, they have 3 operators to play with, but unfortunately, Mago loses that, and he's going to be going off. And I feel like that is a opposite. And now for the rest of Dice, they're now taking out all of their operators as well. Awaken gets that second kill, and T-Bag brings Annihilator, and now you can see that life lead slowly increasing, but nothing that too hard to control. But now we get to see Bag. T-Bag is in a really good position to get off of that heady, getting a lot of these kills, but unfortunately he does get tagged up, and you get to see ARP kind of having a difficult time when it comes to anchoring down these spawns, as player number 1, that's Robalo, doing a good job at spawn trolling.
Yeah, it seems like right now ARP maybe a little too focused on the spawn trap, and as I say that, they find 3 in a row, so maybe it is paying off. They're going to be forced back. Hacks trying to clear out these side angles. Right now, yeah, at some point, you gotta focus up on the objective. ARP is gonna do that right here. Robalo spots out 1 player on the side, and still only 20 seconds here and no ticks of progression. A big feed comes through for ARP once again, but they're just playing it like a glorified TDM. You gotta get on the objective. Chagaboo finally gonna hop on, but she gets taken down. And now you've reached the point where you put yourself in such a difficult position where you don't have any option but to play the objective, and you're down enough lives that you can, if your dice, basically pick them apart. A nice 3-piece, make it a 4-piece comes through, and that massive life advantage is dwindling quickly. Dice got to take these gunfights seriously. Big flashbangs coming through, a couple kills for Dice. And now Mago would need a 1v5 to clutch it up, and it's not meant to be. Dice will stay alive here in the control.
And the reason why they lost is, like, you brought out a good point. Is like they were trying to go in for that spawn trap, but it didn't really work out for them as time did dwindle down, and eventually their lives could have gone in there for that control in alpha, but that one stun just stopped the push, and there was just no turning back. Dice finally goes in there for that first kill, and Awaken goes in there for that trap here in Catwalk. And this is what we were saying, that you need to win those essential gunfights here in Catwalk in order to gain control, but Veteran goes down.
Yep. It's going to be Dice here on the offensive side. Now Teabag is going to be able to sniff out one. Life staying even all the way through. Neither team has looked super dominant when it comes to offensive side. We did see that one offensive win for ARP. But across the board, the teams have struggled to stay objective focused. So Detri pops the War Machine right here, looking for information, trying to set up the spawn trap once again. That seems to be the primary focus for the majority of these players. But a little bit of blue comes through the feed right here, and one tick of progression through for Dice right now. They have the life advantage once again, trying to maintain that mid-map control. And A continues to take upwards. Awaken, a big opportunity. Can't quite find the second kill there, though. Regardless, almost have that A zone completely captured, and it looks like they're in a position to apply some pressure, but now making their way on over the B side of the map.
Oh man, that A control could have been super easy for Dice right now, as they have 2 ticks of progress for each hill. That's going to be really good as the cleanup finally happens, and 12 and 7 is going to be your scoreline, and we're slowly getting into a possible game number 5 here, on number 5 rather. And now we see ARP just funneling through every single one of their players left here in Alpha, with no operators to play with, no score streaks to play with, and this is just going to be pure gun skill right now.
Yep. And Veteran definitely started to slow down a little bit for his team. They got to get Kimwax going as well. It looks like that final tick of progression finally going to go through. No chance for Kimwax to take the 1v11. And the 2-round lead has completely disappeared for ARP. What looked like a locked-in game of control could now be an elimination game. Dice have found a way to turn things around. They flipped the momentum in their favor, and there is currently 0 utility presence ready to go for ARP, as Dice have started absolutely beaming. And when things start to slip out of hand, for ARP, it feels like it happens pretty freaking fast. Streaks coming out for both Teabag and Yaunt, Pred missiles, and Hunter killers galore. It's going to be an operator. Annihilator for Teabag, taken down, but once again, didn't take a shot, so it won't be a complete waste. ARP onto the objective, and right now, Veteran's the only player there to defend. Detri in the back finds a 2-piece, and right now, it looks like they've got a glimmer of hope to be able to take this on the offensive side.
When Veteran slowed down, we saw Detri absolutely push it into the limit. 29 kills to his name, and that's going to be impressive for him. And obviously, he's in his team that will have a little bit more of a range. And now for Dice, though, they do have that life lead as they're bringing out all their score streaks down. But Kimwax also has an operator of his own that could possibly be an equalizer. But 18 to 10, that is still a tall order to go and infiltrate. 1 tick of progress. Get to see no map control whatsoever coming in from ARP.
Right now, the lives disappear once again. ARP seemed like they were finally regaining control, but now down so many lives, and they're getting absolutely torched left and right. The spawn trap goes through for Dice, and now only a matter of time. Veteran Mago trying to make something out of nothing. Couple of operators popped for Dice as well, and it's all down to Mago. The 1v10 not meant to be. And ARP do not find a way to close things out in the control, and Dice are going to lock in yet another spot in stage 4.
Okay, a lot has happened in the time that you guys were casting that match. First of all, phenomenal performance there, like you just said. Dice nailing down another spot through to the challenge. While that was happening, the other secondary match also completed, and we'll talk about that in just a second here after we get through some highlights from this last match. Now, I know that you guys were saying that there was the potential for it to go the full 5, but once again, we end up with a clean sweep. So why was that, Bobby?
I mean, like I mentioned earlier, it just felt like they were outgunned skill. That ARP had solid teamwork. Like, you look at the hard point, their spawn control, their rotations were on point, but they get outgunned and the spawns get broken when it comes to the search and destroy. Pretty solid strategy when it comes to the offensive side, but it just felt like they didn't know what to do when it came to an even round fight. Like, if you didn't have the man advantage, they kind of panicked a little bit, and then even when it comes to that big lead that they built into control, once the momentum started to slip out of their fingers, they just had a really tough time bouncing back.
Well, Dice looking very good. Honestly, the entire upper bracket portion of our competition so far looking very, very good. And you'll see what I mean here in just a second, because Simplicity also getting a 3-0, moving their way through into that upper bracket semifinal portion. So now those 4 teams solidifying some spots in the challenge. That's got to feel good for them, which means that you'll also see Rising Gaming dropping down, as well as ARP, who we just watched dropping down into that lower bracket. Mommy, what are your thoughts?
This is really exciting. We did not expect Dice and ARP at all to come down to 3-0, but this just goes to show how NA is just so top heavy, and all these top teams are just doing such a phenomenal job. They must be feeling good, but everyone else that got dropped into the lower bracket shouldn't feel bad. You still have a little bit of a fight going on, but you still have a chance at redemption. I'm taking a look at ARP versus SXC because I'm here on this SXC team, and I'm trying to figure out if they can be one of the best teams right now.
That should definitely be interesting. We also have another little bit of an update. Our next match that we'll be getting to in just a little bit, it's going to end up being LPZ Gaming versus Limited, and that is because Dramaz ended up forfeiting, and Seminole will be making their way through on that lower side of the bracket as well. So I told you there was a lot that happened while you guys were casting. Things are moving, okay? It's an intense day. I saw your face there, Mommy.
A lot of dramas.
That's twice now.
Honestly, it's no dramas.
It's very early.
Zero
no drama.
dramas
Oh, right, you're right. Sorry. It's like 8 in the morning where I'm at, so I'm in this like loopy vibe.
I'm here for it, okay? I'm here for it. It's bringing the energy to the show, and we're just gonna keep things moving. I said we've got another match around the corner, and like I said, that match is now going to be LPZ Gaming versus Limited. And we talked about this a little bit earlier on in the show, Bobby. How are you feeling about this matchup?
This is one that I feel like's a little bit of a toss-up. Obviously, LPZ didn't look very strong against Luminosity, but there are very few teams that really can look strong against Luminosity, and I think Limited is a team that has a lot of talent. Obviously, we talked previously about the fact that you do have Aerith on that roster, and previously she was by far the best player on Angels, so that's a great pickup for their team. The big question is, can those other 4 players find a way to step things up? And to be honest, they're not players that I'm super familiar with. Attack A, Nas, Proxity, and Skizzle. I think we saw Skizzle sub in one time for Seminole in the past, but didn't look like a super dominant player. So I'm very curious to see how this team fits together.
And obviously, we got a chance to see the LPZ roster before. Mommy, how do you think they're going to be faring in this next match as we see those picks and bans start to pop up here on the bottom of our screen?
Well, it's definitely really hard to go up against the #1 team right now who's pegged to be #1, and Luminosity is definitely a giant. So right now, maybe they'll step on the brakes just a tiny bit, and I hope that their memory is as big as a goldfish, because forget about what happened in Luminosity, and you have to see what will happen here for your next round. So let's see how LPZ will damage here, as you get to see that Hardpoint Arsenal again. Yay, my favorite Hardpoint map will be played. So let's see how both of these teams will play on this new map.
Anything else jumping out at you, Bobby, from these picks and bans?
I mean, the fact that we get a Arsenal hardpoint and a Hacienda hardpoint is something that I don't think I've ever seen before. Typically, North America is not big fans of Hacienda, so it's definitely going to be two maps that are very, very AR dominant, and we'll see between the two teams who really has the stronger AR presence. Like I said, between both of them, I am not incredibly familiar with either of these rosters, as they are, for the most part, very, very new up-and-coming rosters. So they've got a very tall task ahead, but it should, at the very least, be a fairly entertaining matchup between the two.
You know, and that's actually something that we talk about a lot in the Snapdragon Pro Series. We typically say that it is the era of everyone, and I feel like this is a perfect example of that, right? We've mentioned it quite a few times, how much new blood there is in this competition, and this is a platform, a tournament that's giving them the opportunity to really make a name for themselves here, Mommy.
Definitely. And the fact that the #1 player that everyone's thinking of when it comes to this matchup is Aerith, a woman that has been absolutely amazing and crazy when it comes to her snipe. So she'll definitely be a key player when it comes to that firing range S&D, and also for standoff as well. Kind of curious what kind of gun she's going to pull out when it comes to standoff. But yeah, it's really nice to see a huge diverse group of people come along here in Call of Duty Mobile.
Love to see it, as always, as we continue to get things loaded up and ready. Feel like the vibe has been good so far. We're going to talk a little bit about predictions and the flow that you think this matchup will have, because I think after watching an entire upper bracket of sweeps, things have to start getting a little bit tighter in the lower side of the bracket, right, Bobby?
Yeah, no question about it. Obviously, it's those top teams that everybody recognizes that are locking in the early spots. So I don't feel like we really had any upsets. DICE versus ARP might have been a little bit of a toss-up in some people's minds, but ultimately, especially given the fact that we hadn't seen ARP against top competition in a long time, felt like DICE was the better team. So this is really the proving grounds and an opportunity for some team to make it through that has a lot of players that have never played in Stage 4 before. Like, it's either going to be Limited or LPZ, and both of these teams are made up of a significant number of players that most of the world has never gotten a chance to watch. And thankfully, this year's Stage 4 is going to be a lot more extensive, which means you get a lot more opportunities for these new players to show their worth. So we'll see what these guys have going into the next map, but definitely all eyes on Aerith as she heads into this one to see if she can find a way to carry Limited through to Stage 4.
Here we go. Finally going into our third set of possibly not 3-0s. I'm just like, I'm crossing everything, my fingers, my toes. Let's make this into a really close round. But here we go. When we get to see this team, right, Limited, it will definitely not be limited when it comes to their ability to possibly get a lot of these kills, especially with Aerith in your side. But LPZ wants to have that shot at redemption. It seems like this is going to be another Arsenal hard point for them.
Yep. Right now, the push underway, and it is Limited, able to break back in, attack a strong start right here. 4 kills on the board. Hardpoint is going to be cleared for both teams. LPZ trading back and forth. Fatality, one of the newcomers that definitely struggled the first time around, but seeming to find his rhythm a little bit. Obviously, Claps and Bright, the two more experienced players on this LPZ roster that they're looking to step up. Right now, Bright locking down those longer angles. Nice little head glitch to work with as well. He's going to be able to get the assist. And nice little setup for LPZ right here. Tough look for Limited to try to break through.
Definitely. And for now, I'm assuming that the spawns are going to be in the favor of LPZ right now. They're going to be in position as Proxity tries to go in there for the break, but unfortunately not able to go in there for the contest. And so far, everyone else actually from Limited going to be right here into the spawn area, which is more favorable. But unfortunately for them, they're just losing a lot of the gunfights trying to go inside, even though they do have the more favorable Son. And Loops right now, I mean LPZ rather, going to be in a really good position. Their Slayers are doing a really good job. Kind of interesting to see how much of a different play it is compared to Luminosity a while ago.
Yep. LPZ, very solid hold right here. Claps, pulls out the boxing gloves and able to lock in. Oh, looks like he's going to be able to lock in the strap time. Skizzle's actually there. We'll see whether or not that one pays off for him. Is obviously, it's nice to pick up some scrap time, but this is a very long run on over to P4. And it's going to be a minute before he's going to be able to find his way in there, and that allows LPZ to get their set up here. And this is one of those money hills that if you don't have early control is an absolute nightmare to break. It's going to be attack A, popping the Annihilator, but he is immediately taken down off of this. And this is a drastic spot for Limited to be off the start of this game.
Definitely. I mean, Fatality is just like locking down these spawns, being the essential anchor that he is. And not just that, Bright going in there for a beautiful two-piece, but does get taken down. Aerith going to be able to get that two. And so far, you need to fight for that spawn. Like early on the rotation, obviously LPZ is going to be winning that. And like what you said, it's going to be so hard to go and break this hill. And so far with 17 seconds left on the clock, LPZ is soaking in a lot of these points down. But finally, the break finally comes through as Limited does get the scrap points, but that rotation into P4 is going to be so far away as that area of the map is definitely going to be open yet again. So far, though, we get to see LPZ get a hold of it.
Seems like so far the big issue for Limited has been their tunnel vision whenever it comes to breaking the hard points. Like we've seen a couple of attempted breaks with what, 10-15 seconds remaining in a map this big. You cannot afford to not be on those rotations. Like if you don't already have the hard point locked down, trying to break that late in the clock will backfire on you every single time. They finally find a way through. Aerith looking to go big with the Purifier in hand, and bad time to call in the Hunter Killer. Proxy with the War Machine is going to be able to push through for a couple more. Limited continue to lock in the time, but another big issue for them, Naz having a nightmare of a game. Started off 2 kills through the first 3 hard points, finally starting to pick things up. We need all 5 players ready to go. No surprise, Aerith right there, first player to break 20 kills.
Yeah, I mean, the thing here with P4 is that it's so open. Yes, Limited's actually getting a lot of the points down, but LPZ's trying to contest it. But they're going to be soaking down most of the points here. And as the rotation into P5, I think a place that's a little bit easier to control, especially since that the spawn is going to be right there. Definitely need to have control into that 2F spot, and also trying to have control of Cafeteria as well, because you'll have sightlines of Gorilla Base. So that's one thing that you need to control. And so far, we get to see LPZ actually have that control.
Yep. They're in a nice spot right now. Fatality hitting the flank. Bright locking things down with the holder in hand. And Limited got a long way to run to be able to break this hard point. A free 20 seconds, about as free as can be. Right now, rough time for Limited as they are basically split pushing in every direction and making life easy for the LPZ players. The inside clap's going to be able to clean up that one. Finally, Proxy hops through the window, going to afford his team some more time here. But it seems like there's just been so many 20-second pushes when right now they need to be gaining time, and LPZ is going to be able to break back in anyway. Nobody on the hard point right here. We're getting ready to head back on over to P1. It looks like the other players for Limited has started to get going, but who else? LPZ, early rotation once again, and just looking like the more disciplined team. Limited scrambling to find some map control once again.
We're going to be resetting the hard points now, finally going back into P1 as a Sparrow is going to be taken out for LPZ. That's going to be huge. Bright's going to be in a really good position. I really like this heady every time I play here in P1, especially off of blue, because you're going to expect that players are going to be right there, especially with the holder in hand. You're just going to spamming that and taking that heady to your advantage. And now it seems like with Bright, having a combo of 5 kills is going to be essential for the score streaks later on. And you can see on the other side, though, with Limited, they're just having a difficult time with Bright just spamming off the Holger right there. It's like, hello, you're going to be going up against the Holger right there every single time, and let's see how many more kills he can have. But attack A finally goes in and brings him down. Aerith as well gets 1 kill, but Fatality right there for the backup.
Yep, Nas up in that window side, trying to lock things down and set up for the next rotation. Bright already here, definitely a beneficial spawn. It looks like Fatality going to be able to hit the flank here too. Skizzle trying to make sure nobody peeks on through that window. He's not going to be able to take down Fatality. And once again, solid rotation, solid setup for LPZ. The EMP system comes through. That's going to be a flex more than anything else, but limited. Just seemingly always playing catch-up. Skizzle on the high ground, going to be able to find a big kill. But that's going to be, I believe, Skizzle taking himself down with the War Machine, if I saw that correctly. Another operator going to go to waste in the hands of Attack A, and time again, just seeing major misplays. They're going to be able to break on through, but that is a lot of utility lost.
Oh, definitely. And when it comes to the spawns, LPZ having the more favorable spawn, going in for that Gorilla base, but for Rush not being able to get a lot of these kills with the Annihilator. Finally spots one, but he needs to worry about this one player left on the left side. Spots another one, but unfortunately doesn't really get that kill, and that's going to be great for Limited as they do get majority of the points here in P2, but this is where things kind of faltered for them. This rotation into P3 is something that they always just needed to catch up on, and unfortunately for them, the early rotation is just not going to be there. Bright is going to be in a really good spot, and there you go. Skizzle actually wins a really big gunfight, but unfortunately Rush gets that kill, and Garden Control still into the favor of LPZ.
Well, Nas had the slow start, but calls in a Pred missile to soften up the defense of LPZ. Couple players going to be able to apply pressure. Skizzle's right there. They're going to be able to take down multiple operators, and it looks like Limited might be able to find the break right here. Skizzle, you have got to win that gunfight. Oh, an easy 1v2 or 2v1, and they choke the gunfight right there and give the hard point right back over to LPZ, and that could be the straw that breaks the camel's back. Looks like they're going to be able to lock in these last 23 seconds of scrap time with how far the spawns are right now for Limited. And it's going to take a miracle, couple of holds out of Limited for them to have a chance at winning this one. Emilio shuts down another one. Those newer players starting to step up, even with Claps lagging behind a little bit. No surprise, Bright leading the way. Claps right there wins yet another one. And only 23 seconds needed for LPZ to lock in map 1.
I mean, even with Aerith with the 32 kills, they're not able to utilize it because of how late the rotation's always going to be here. And now they do have to rotate into P4, which in the first set of rotations, they had a pretty good time in. And so far, Skizzle's going to be right there for that defense. So that's going to be huge for them. And again, it's still going to be Limited here in P4, but Bright's going to be there with the Holger, tries to spam it, gets 2, and Emilio is going to get that amazing Freddy, gets that double. So that's going to be a really good break coming in from LPZ, using their score streaks to their advantage.
Yep, only 15 seconds needed. Clap slides on through, hip fire, not able to connect. He gets shut down. Attack A, nice little double, but the operator is starting to pop for LPZ, and they're trying to end things on this hard point if at all possible. Emilio gonna win a big gunfight right there. Pre-fire around the corner, somehow not a single bullet to connect, but they're still locking in the hard point. Time Limited breaks in for the time being, but time and time again, they're just playing for scraps when they need a whole meal. 7 seconds needed for LPZ. Emilio is already set up back here on P1. Shots come through. Solid early positioning, but LPZ is going to be in the hard point regardless. And Nas needs an absolute miracle, and it's not going to be anywhere to be found. LPZ take map 1.
Limited, just getting the crumbs in that hard point. They were always getting the scraps, but you don't need that. And like what you said, they need to have a full meal in order to move on into that win. But one thing that is definitely surprising for me is the fact that the lack of that early rotation and also the lack of that anchoring spot, especially into that P3, because they were able to get a lot of good points down in P4. They were able to get good points down in P1, but unfortunately for them, they weren't able to adapt into that P3 rotation.
Yep, it was just like you said, a lot of playing catch up. They didn't seem to be super on top of things, and I think especially it's one thing if you're trying to play catch up on an individual hard point, but when you're doing it for the entire game, like eventually you've got to hit this mental reset. Okay, we're not winning the early gunfights. Chalk it and go 20 seconds early. Like there's not many hard point maps where I would say it's worth it to rotate 20 seconds early, but this is absolutely one of them because of how big the map is. It can take a good 15-20 seconds to get to that next hard point and absolutely be worth it to lock lock down the early spawns, because if you're spawning out, it's an absolute nightmare to try to make your way back without getting picked apart.
Absolutely. Like what you said, it just takes so long for you to rotate, and the longest ones is from P2 to P3. So going in for that, you have to go all the way around, and you want to get that garden control because Special Forces base is going to be right there. So if you have a hold of that anchoring spot, then you'll definitely have a better time. If you go die inside the hill in P3, then rest assured, if you have someone there in garden, you can definitely spawn right there, right beside the hill. But now we're going to be forgetting that hardpoint game, and this is where Limited could actually go in for that backup, as obviously Aerith, you're going to be one of the players who will have that sniper down as we start things off here in search and destroy firing range.
Yep. Ooh, and man, that hit flinch hit like a mule right there. Big trades for Emilio to be able to keep things even. Nice shots by Fatality, but not enough to get a kill. And right now, he is being surrounded. Skizzle peeks the corner at the perfect time. Unfortunate positioning right there. And it is an absolute battlefield here on the B zone. Rush not going to be able to win that one. Now down into a 1v1. Both players weak. It looks like Bright's going to be able to get away with his life. And interestingly enough, rocking with the Holger in search and destroy. Always surprising to me when we do see the LMGs come out, but firing range is a map where you can get a lot of info checks in different spots if you've got some ammo to work with. So right now he's waiting for the plant to come through. Skizzle's gonna peek around the corner, not quite able to land the final shot, hoping that he can find the last player, but it's gonna be Skizzle speed running his way on over the A site.
And that is the best thing you can do. You have a lot of time to play with, and especially you're up against the Holger that can beam you from all across the map. But there you go. The good thing about Skizzle right now, he does have a really good position to possibly hide into trailer. And if he can pick up a longer ranged weapon, that's definitely going to be huge. But Bright also has the L-car in hand, so he's going to have his lanes covered because long range done with the Holger, short range as well. He does have that L-car to play with.
Right now, 29 seconds. Skizzle waiting on the inside of trailer, and it looks like Bright's going to play right into his lap. Not giving away the audio cues, but he doesn't read it correctly. Looking the complete wrong direction. That could not have been any easier for Bright to clutch. And he goes ahead to take round one for LPZ once again. And it feels like with the current way the momentum's going, very little margin for error for Limited. And that's a gunfight that could potentially be game-changing.
Yeah, definitely. And for Bright, he's been doing a phenomenal job at both game modes at the moment, sporting that Holger in hand. And now we get to see a different approach, a rush going in for Bravo. And as everyone else coming in from Limited, going in there for the rush, being greeted by 3 players. Rush gets one, gets the second, but Proximity gets that kill as well.
Yep, players slide on through. It is going to be Limited with the man advantage, but the flank is strong right here. A lot of damage through the walls. Bright's able to pick up the first one. It is going to be Fatality traded out, but don't think these walls are wall bangable anymore. He's going to be able to find the opener, but the L-car, low HP up against the CBR and a head glitch might be a regrettable decision. It is Limited, bouncing back to tie things up at 1-1. And interestingly enough, they do it without a single kill out of Aerith. If she can get going, start to hit some of those snipes and make a big impact, they might be able to run away with this one.
I feel like it's because they've been pushing B a lot of the time, so that's why she's just struggling with getting a lot of these kills. Attack A gets that 1 kill, Bright goes down. An essential player coming in from LPZ is going to go down. 3 more people try to go in for that A site as they're trying to rush in. No one's going to be there except for that one person in trailer as Fatality wins that gunfight. Info down coming in for LPZ as well, knowing that it might be an alpha push. Just initializes everyone else from their team to possibly go and rotate.
Skizzle's got the bomb in hand, 3v3 right here. Nice little setup for Proximity to be able to find some information. I don't know if he knows that Fatality is right next to him, but the bomb is going to look to make its way up, and what a shot out of Aerith. That's quite a well-timed first kill if you're to find one, and she's going to be right outside. Absolutely obliterates there as well. Skizzle is going to get spotted out, but it's Proximity there to clean it up, and now back-to-back rounds going through for Limited. Aerith has come to life for this squad, and You got to think they're feeling pretty confident with their S&D right now. If you can get two dominant snipers going, you're going to be in a good spot. Right now, Collapse and Rush struggling to get started over on the flip side. We've yet to see the snipers play a dominant role in this one, and it looks like, once again, we are going to see a more passive approach off the start.
3-2 split coming in from LPZ. You want a little bit of a heavier defense here in Bravo, as one more person actually just goes away from Alpha, and looks like they want to change their mind. Oh, Arid spots one, doesn't really quite get that shot, but the information is down that there's possibly one person there, but in reality there's going to be two. And as they're trying to get that information, they're just trying to get one pick before they commit to a site. Bravo only has one person. It will only have Collapse there with that sniper. That's still going to be a really good thing, just in case that Limited will try to go in for that Bravo.
Well, we've yet to see a first blood. We do have the bomb in the hands of Attack A, but no real map control for Limited right here, as they're still hoping for a sniper to find that first blood. And right now, Rush is in prime positioning to pick off an A push, which it looks like they're setting up. Has some sort of crazy angle. It looks like over on the trailer side right here. Not going to be able to spot out anybody, but now only 40 seconds on the clock, and if you're Limited, you've got to go. You got to commit to something right here. I don't know how much utility they have to work with, but Rush finally going to push out. They're not going to be able to make him pay, and now he relays that information, and they've got an opportunity to collapse. Skizzle's in a position where he has to find a way to slide out, or a sniper's got to give him reinforcements, and Limited, what are you doing? You got the bomb in hand. You got to commit to something. You're making life too easy for LPZ. They finally get on the bomb site, but Bright's going to be able to pick him off. And what was that round? Limited just looking completely lost on the offensive side.
It just took too long. I mean, we got the idea. You want to move it a little bit slow, but it was just too slow. And LPZ it just gave them more time and created even more space for them to take. And now for Limited, I get that you need to play that passive play. You need to get that first pick. But if you don't have any kind of aggression, you need to have your entries pull through. You need to get your snipers getting that info. If you don't have that info, try to smoke that particular part of the map. And we didn't see any kind of util play for them at all. And now we're tied down into a 2-2. As we get to see Bright getting that first pick off of Naz, and Rush as well.
Well, right now, 2 players down for Limited. Do have the bomb in hand once again, but this is basically the flip of the last round, where they played too passive. This time they get a little bit aggressive and they get absolutely picked apart. Rush, I hyped up his snipes earlier in the stream, didn't quite deliver up against Luminosity, but starting to deliver here up against Limited, and that's now back-to-back rounds going through for them. And interestingly enough, Collapse, best bright spot for them first time around, having a slow game once again, but everybody else picking up their portion of the weight, and right now it's LPZ full sending it on through. It is going to be Limited looking for the push over here onto B. One player going to get taken down. Emilio gets a little bit too aggressive on the flank, and just like that, it's going to be down to a 2v2, as it has been absolute chaos over here on the B site.
Proxity almost gets that kill, but Attack A! I mean, Rush gets him, but then Attack A with the trade, a 1v1. 1 minute to play with, and if you're going to be Attack A, where are you gonna go? Obviously, A is going to be free, but Rush spots him, and there you go! What a misplay! And for Limited, you gotta think outside of the box. You gotta think about, like, you have other options going into Alpha. That happened a while ago, and unfortunately, it's just did not have that presence of mind to go into that other bomb site, and we get to see a 4-2 right now in favor of LPZ.
Well, Limited gotta find a way to stop the bleeding, and it looks like they're well on their way to doing it. That is 3, make it 4 kills off the start. Attack A ripping them apart, and all down to Rush now. He's been good so far in this one, but I'm not sure good enough to make a 4 or a 1v5 happen. And whew, there was a speed run of a round out of Limited. We said they needed to stop the bleeding. They absolutely did so right there. Aerith's still struggling to get going, but as long as you can keep things close, hopefully she starts to find a rhythm and might be able to find a way to sneak through the search and destroy. They're going ultra passive on this one, trying to bait out a push, and it's going to be the opener from Attack A once again. We got to get that POV, my gosh.
Oh my God, that's a third. There it is, and we got it. Possibility to get those 2 last players, but Attack A has been a force, and he just won that last round for his team, and now it's going to be the same case here. And now we get to see LPZ backed in the corner. And how will they deal with this? Knowing very well that A is going to be covered. Attack A is going to be there. It's going to be too hard, especially knowing that they don't have any more snipers to play with as well. And now that rotation going to Bravo, but hello, there's going to be one person there. Nas going in for the prone, gets that kill, possibility to get that second, and he does. Nas gets that 2, and Attack A with that 3, even things out, and it's like they're listening to the broadcast, looking like they're having an easier time with the defense.
Yeah, I'm hoping we get the Attack A POV off the start, because we have missed double and triple kills galore out of him. Looks like it is going to be once again.
Come on.
Please? Please?
Pretty please?
Please? He finds another first blood right there. He has been the key to success on the defensive side for Limited. He's now got 11 kills to his name. Nas backed way up in a cheeky spot over toward B. Right now, it seems like LPZ is finally starting to realize maybe we shouldn't challenge Attack A. Maybe that's not a direction we could go, but it doesn't matter because Aerith picks up another pick right there. And once again, it's a big advantage off the start for Limited.
So this is what's beautiful about the defense right now of Limited, is because they know that LPZ knows that they're going to have a hard time with A, and so that's why they stack B. So Limited stacks B. Okay, if they try to go in for that Bravo push, knowing very well that LPZ is going to have a hard time with the snipers right now in Alpha, rest assured that there's going to be 2 players going to be greeting you right now as we see the POVs just change, as it's going to be a stalemate, and LPZ struggling right now to pick a side, but they definitely know that there's going to be a lot of people down. Amelia opens things up for them here. Shot's going to be fired. Bright as well goes in there for the pre-fire. And a full send coming into Bravo.
Right now, it's Skizzle there to defend. Well played. Aerith finds another. Now all down to Collapse. Able to take down Aerith, but once again, 1v4 doesn't seem like it's in the cards, especially as the bomb has not yet gone down. If you're limited and you really want to play it seriously, just have one player run away, but they're going to slide on through for the kill. I believe that is now 3 rounds in a row. It has been a very streaky game of search and destroy. I think every single amount of points that's gone through has been like either 2 or 3 in a row. We'll see if Limited can find a way to close it out early while they still have the momentum in hand. And this is a full-on B-send right here. Proxy makes the read, but low HP decides to unpeak right there. There's a lot of utility, a lot of information for them to work with, but it's going to be Aerith finding the first blood there once again, and a perfect spot as Proxy able to find another kill. Only 1 player down right now. She gets the information, and Attack A continues to dominate with 12 kills on the board.
Wow. Bomb is going to be down in a very bad spot for LPZ, as all lanes are covered right now by Limited. And if they do decide to go in there for that rotation into Alpha through jungle, it's just going to be so hard. Rush, though, tries to spot. Oh my gosh. Gets Aerith. Gets that beautiful head. Oh my gosh, that headshot is going to be amazing. 2v2 now. And now for Skizzle and Attack A, they're in a really good spot because it's kind of like similar to LPZ right now, the gun composition, where you got 1 sniper, 1 SMG in hand, 32 seconds left to play with.
I mean, Attack A is just bullying right now. They don't stand a chance. Oh my gosh, he cannot miss. And he is single-handedly carrying Limited to victory right now, as they now sit 1 round away from taking this search and destroy. He has been untouchable on the defensive side, and LPZ has just not found a counter. Obviously, Rush has done his best and picked up a few big picks with that Locust in hand, but there's only so much you can do. Skizzle's been phenomenal for them as well, and right now, it looks like a good chance for Limited to take a round here. Very aggressive B push once again. Can Limited make them pay? Off the start, the answer is no.
I mean, they're just so scared of Attack A right now. They know that the guy is really hot. And for the bomb being planted so early on, it applies so much pressure right now to Limited. And you see LPC is going to be in a really good spot to try and go and defend this bomb. Obviously, it's going to be planted for jungle. Just in case Emilio goes down, he does have backup right there. It's going to be a stalemate. Everyone else is just trying to hold their breath. And I think for LPZ, this should be a really good start for them.
I don't know what Limited's doing. You've got to go. You got to commit to the push right here. Emilio's just pre-firing right there, but Attack A, I need the POV. He's picking them apart. He hops the bomb. I don't think they're going to make the read, but they do. Bright goes big. He's able to find one, but can't find the final one to Aerith, and now into a 1v1. Rush is 1 HP. You don't need a sniper shot. You only need a pistol. They don't get to the bomb in time, and LPZ find a way to sneak out the round.
Oh, man. Like what you said, I feel like they probably should have pushed away earlier on. I don't know why they were just staying there. No information given whatsoever. And I'm surprised that they didn't have any kind of jungle presence. Try to go in there for the flank, but that's a good round coming in for LPZ. And now they're trying to look for that A push. Obviously, Attack A still going to be there, wanting to make sure that he'll get those kills. Spots one, doesn't quite get the shots down, although goes in there, tries to cook the nade, doesn't really quite get anyone, but Aerith is also there for the sidelines.
You know, Attack A is just really trying to feed into the Bobby Curse narrative because he was getting nonstop kills when we weren't spectating him. As soon as we spectate him, he misses an easy shot. Oh, not an easy shot, but like relative to me, it's an easy shot, you know? So we get LPZ pushed way up on the bomb site right here. Looks like solid map control to be able to get a plant down if they want it. Unfortunately for them, Rush is out of the equation, and that's their sniper presence. The bomb's going to go down, but Naz is going to get information on a player rotating back. Bright's going to pick off Skizzle off the start right here, so it's into a 4v4. Emilio's going to continue to play that bomb head glitch. I think his foot may have gotten spotted right there, but Naz is not going to have that necessary information. And now Limited playing a waiting game that they have played too many times before. It has not played out well for them often. And right now they fully commit right here. And Emilio, the only one left to defend, playing behind this wood area. He gets spotted out right there, and that's going to be Limited finally taking the ceiling round, and they move on to tie things up 1-1.
All right, shaky start coming in from Limited, but the defense was just absolutely insane. As you saw, Attack A was going to be their main line of defense here on Alpha, which just absolutely scared LPZ. They did not want to touch Alpha at all. And once they did decide to go and rush into Alpha, once we had that Attack A perspective, did not get any kills. But obviously, that would be enough information to give to his team to, okay, let's rotate here into Alpha. And, well, that was like a really streaky game of search and destroy.
Yeah, it was just constantly going 2 rounds, 3 rounds, 4 rounds in a row. And it definitely seemed like the ending was just Attack A all the way. And we're even looking right here. He had 0 kills for the first couple of rounds. And then once he got going over on the defensive side, there was absolutely no stopping him. I don't know if it was predictability out of the LPZ squad, but you can see they flip over and he goes from 4 kills instantaneously up to 12. And was picking them apart. So that's a player that I'm excited to see more out of, and hoping we see maybe some respawn snipes with how comfortable he looked with the sniper in hand. That's going to be very, very difficult for LPZ to deal with on the control side of things.
It just looks like they're both comfortable when it comes to the defense. Attack is, for some reason, really hard for them. And when it comes to the utility, actually, I don't really get to see much smokes being played, because if you are LPZ and if you're afraid of Attack A, one thing that you can do is just throw over a smoke. But here we go. We're going in for our, well, it's guaranteed now that we're going to be having that next hardpoint matchup, but we're going in first for standoff control, where we get to see Limited going in for the attacking side.
Yep, this is the first series of the day that we actually get guaranteed to have a map number 4. So we're making progress right here. Looks like Attack A not going to be sniping off the start. I'm sad now, but Rush is, so at least we'll have one POV to see. And very, very passive approach for both teams. Typically, I feel like we see a lot of teams just try to absolutely force their way through, put the other team in a spawn trap, and that has not been the case at all for either one of these guys. A little bit of progress over onto A. is going to be Rush getting picked off, and a big life lead forming early on for Limited right here. Skizzle off to a hot start alongside Attack A.
Yeah, you're right. You usually get to see the defending team go in for more of a back alley push, but not for LPZ. They're trying to go in for more head-on approach, but unfortunately it's not working out for them. He is gonna be taken right now with a huge life lead, and obviously you're going to be on the attacking side, and Limited is definitely having an easy time when it comes to attack. Makes me wonder if it's going to be the same case coming in for the defense, and now I feel like it's probably just going to be TDM at this point. Proxy gets one more kill, and for Attack A still doing a phenomenal job, and with Aerith trying to create that space as well, it's definitely going to be huge for them, and that's a good thing because for Proxy and Naz, they're actually going in there and they're utilizing the space that Attack A and Aerith are actually providing them.
And LPZ are just getting absolutely cooked, cannot seem to win a gunfight, and that continues even over on the B side. Attack A spraying and praying. He's got streaks to work with as long as he wants them, and I don't know if it was a very if Arsenal was a really strong map for LPZ or if it was a really bad map for Limited, but man, the S&D, once it got going, started to look lopsided, and this first round of Control has just looked not even remotely close, as on the offensive side, without a spawn trap, they win with a 21 life lead.
Just 9 lives dropped. That is definitely a very good feat to have. And now we're finally having our switcheroo as we get to see LPZ going in for the attack. Limited goes in there for a more head-on approach, again, like what we've been seeing a while ago that LPZ had. But let's see if Limited can do the same thing, but in a better way, as back alley is going to be provided with Nas winning that essential gunfight, possibility to go in there for that control in Bakery as well, as we get to see that Limited is really just occupying a lot of that space out, especially with your player number 2, which was supposed to be Nas, creating a lot of space for them. Unfortunately, Preddy doesn't really get anyone here. Attack A kind of wastes that opportunity to get 3 players.
Yep. Right now, there's a lot of operators and score streaks available for Limited. They continue to play things passive right here. Looks like the first tick of progression finally coming through for LPZ's. At least looking more comfortable on the offensive side. Proxy's actually got an EMP system if he wants to flex it right now. It looks like that A site going to be fully captured for LPZ. Proxy on the top side is able to shut down one, but flicks to the side, can't quite find Claps, and that's a good to go for LPZ. The bounce back has started, but be a much taller task, and they've got to lock down some of this inner courtyard area if they want to have a chance. Nas sees the hands right around the corner and able to find the opener, but Rush there for the trade, keeping things even, 15-15. More than likely, this is going to be yet another long TDM.
And Limited just needs to stay on the point as you get to see that Claps is getting that kill from that Hunter Killer, but it's all yellow all across the board. And you get to see that LPZ is having a struggle when it comes to funneling it through because they're going in just into one spot. I feel like they need to go in for the pinch. They do have the life count to do so, but just as I am saying that, it's just really hard because they're losing a lot of their essential gunfights. And as 1 minute is going to be on the clock, that's still a lot of time to actually go and infiltrate that Bravo side. But they're trying to go in for more of a pinch approach, as here in the backside of things, they're actually winning a lot of the gunfights, but unfortunately for them, Limited just caught on really, really fast.
Yep. A life lead has built very quickly for Limited, and looking like they should be able to lock in another one to give themselves a lead in the game and potentially in the series as well if they can close out that last round. Nas doesn't quite see a player wrap in the corner. And right now, it's Emilio finding a couple of kills right there. Proxy finally finds a big one, but that's a big chunk of kills and a Hunter Killer going out. Attack A trying to find Emilio. I do not like this Sparrow usage. It felt like a big swing and a miss to be backed into a corner in a 1v3 and you throw away your Sparrow and get 0 value out of it. That, fortunately for LPZ, they have 4 other players with operators ready to go, but that just feels like, especially with the place that they're at in this game, is not a mistake you can afford. And what else but Rush getting his Annihilator completely wiped off the board by Aerith.
Man, that was a good way to just wipe out an operator, and Claps gets a 3-piece, so that's going to be huge for them, and that decides to how well he can actually use this, not being able to get that Predator missile kill, unfortunately. And how many times have we seen that Predi go to waste in this round? And now it's going to be 27 and 23 with almost that second tick of progress. Down Unlimited is doing an amazing job at the moment when it comes to getting that space down. So far, we only have one player from LPZ going in there for that anchor control, especially going inside that cubby, trying to cut that rotation off into Tractor. And we get to see multiple players coming in from LPZ one by one, just going in for that alpha side. And unfortunately for them, they're not even trying to go in for that Bravo side control, as we get to see they're pretty slow when it comes to that rotation into that defense there.
Yeah, they just look so good on the offensive side, so comfortable winning the gunfights, and already the A zone captured, and Skizzle making his way on over to B right here. Proxy able to take down another, and the gun skill just looks like on a different level from what we saw in the hardpoint. Right now, Limited only 12 kills or one objective away from taking map number 3, and they go over top, and right now LPZ locking in the statue side, but Claps goes big. 3 in a row and no trades in sight. Aerith does find the deal shots on a fatality, but the gun kills continue to come through for LPZ and putting themselves in a position to keep this control map alive.
Claps is being the lifeline right now of LPC, and I mean, I feel like these huge kills from him is just absolutely giving them an easier time when it comes to the defense, and now it's going to be pressure on into Limited. And as they had a little bit more of an easier time into the first half, they just fell off into this later half of this round. 10 and 5 is going to be your lifeline right now, as Bright applying that pressure off to attack A. And now everyone else coming in from Limited is going to be sprawled off across the map, going in for a more backhanded push. But unfortunately for them, LPZ is going to be playing their numbers right and getting a lot of these kills.
Well, only one life remaining. Aerith trying to pull off a 1v9. Not going to be in the cards. LPZ stay alive here in the control. Right now, if you don't want to give anything more than you have to if you're Limited. You want to go ahead and win things here. They've looked incredibly dominant on the offensive side, but couldn't quite find a way to close that one out. So we'll see if they can do it here on the defense. Couple of first bloods for LPZ, but Aerith, big quick scope right there. Right now, Proxy hoping to cut off those peekers. Rush is missing a whole lot of shots. He is able to take down Attack A in the process, but right now, not in a good spot in LPZ. Nobody really here to contest. Skizzle's got a big gunfight as he gets shut down. Claps wins another one. LPZ looking to lock in this A zone early.
LPZ looking really good in this round. 25 and 19 is going to be your scoreline, with almost A being completed, and all they have to worry about is getting into that Bravo flag, where everyone else in Limited seem to be anchoring down as they slow it down significantly. Not over pushing quite a lot, as you get to see an important gunfight being won, possibly by Nas. Gets that information down, but he does get traded out. And now Agabu, there you go. Aerith gets that shot down. Cuts off that rotation going into Bravo, as everyone else, Attack A, gets that kill as well. And a Holder in hand is going to be a really big gunfight for him to win.
Well, 4 life advantage for LPZ, but their biggest task to capture B, which they've not succeeded in doing so far. Rush looking to open things up. Big sniper shot, but he gets traded out. Double for Proxy. They get 2 players on, and they're looking to sack this and capture as quickly as possible. Claps with the War Machine in hand, gets shut down, doesn't pre-fire those trophy systems early enough. That's a big loss. Skizzle's going to go ahead, pop the Sparrow as well. Will he be able to find value off of it? No. Rush shuts him down, sniper in hand. And now he's looking to push on through, but Attack A, that's a huge annihilator for him, and he's still got it in his pocket. Looking to push on through right here. Skizzle, big gunfight coming up against Claps.
Man, LPZ is just losing a lot of their operators so early on into trying to capture this Bravo flag. Yes, they still have a minute to play with. That is a lot of time, but wasting a lot of those operators. They lost the War Machine. They lost also the Claw, and so they have only just 1 more to play with. On the other side, though, Limited also doesn't have a lot of operators as well. They have none. But all they have to do is stay put and just wait for LPZ to go in. And there you go, Aerith goes in there for that kill, and that's going to be huge for them. Attack A yet again, but it was able to get taken out by Amelia with a Sparrow, and let's see how well these teams actually go in for the funnel.
Yep, they lose a bunch of lives right there. Pred missile on their heads. Aerith opted to pop the Purifier, and they're trying to go ahead and win it here. The good thing is there's 0 ticks of progression through for limited, but the bad thing is you've only got 1 life margin of error. And right now, Fatality is on a big flank. Oh, Nas goes big. He finds 2 right there. Bright's trying to push through, but the sniper in the hands of Aerith gonna find another one right there. Rush not able to connect onto the snipe, and things are falling apart quickly for LPZ. Another big kill for Attack A, and there's no time. LPZ not going to be able to find that round, and Attack, or rather Limited, able to take the lead in the series.
That was such a good recovery coming in from Limited. They were down when it comes to the live, so they significantly slowed it down, and they were just waiting for everyone else to come in, and that is how you play the defense. You don't have to always keep pushing. You don't always have to go in for the spawn trap. Play the objective and not let the opposing team get to play that particular objective. And now Nas going in there for that last minute kills as well. Stop the final push coming in from LPC. He was actually in broken, and that was the best way, because at one point you saw LPZ actually just doing tunnel vision and trying to go in there from Hay, going inside Bakery, and just trying to get into that Bravo control, not seeing Nas at all.
Yeah, it felt like the utility usage was really lacking for LPZ on those attempted B pushes, and even when they were able to find a big life lead, they got absolutely picked apart from those pushes on in, and Limited did a fantastic job of making them pay. So definitely got to give props to them, bouncing back after a hardpoint map that they didn't really look particularly strong on, looking good in the search and destroy, and looking even better in the control.
Yeah, I mean, it just looks super solid. They just had that confidence after winning so many rounds of defense, and that S&D, it seems like a completely different Limited team, which is pretty nice to see. But for LPZ, this is going to be your lifeline, because if you lose this, obviously it's bye-bye for you. They're going to be saying goodbye. There's no more second chances here. This is their second chance. And so now we're taking things into Hacienda, where you already know that Attack A and Aerith are always going to be there for those long-range engagements. Brock City and also Nas and Skittles will try to go in there for that close range engagement. So for LPZ, let's see if they're going to be winning this hardpoint game, similar to what happened a while ago.
Well, Attack A find the first blood for Limited. Nas gonna be able to push through, however. Nice little double kill for him. Limited get their players in the hard point. It is going to be smokes galore here on P1, and big trade for Bright right there. Looked like it should have been a free 2-piece for Nas, but not meant to be. And nobody bothering to play the objective right now. We're just gonna play TDM when it comes to P2 and try to lock in those spawns. Bright gets that kill onto Aerith right there, and now LPZ finally gonna hop the hill. Skizzle slides on through, looking to take high ground control, but he gets shut down in the process. Limited trades left and right. It's not looking very beneficial to be on the objective for this one, and regardless, LPZ get their players in position and already headed on out for that rotation of P2, biggest money hill on the map.
Yeah, this is something that we've seen Limited kind of had a difficult time with when it comes to their Arsenal run, is that early rotation, that early anchor points that will be essential for that setup into that next hill. But, oh my goodness, big kills coming in from outside, trying to funnel in, and we get to see a switcheroo finally happening here, and Limited does have the more favorable spawns as well, as they're slowly winning a lot of their gunfights, and so far the essential players are definitely doing a lot of their jobs as well.
And Limited stacking the point, but you got to push out for some map control right now. They're letting LPZ all up in their business, and that's going to allow Rush to push on in and break right on through that mid entry. Going to pay off for Skizzle. He's going to be able to find 2 before getting shut down. This is certainly not looking like a money hill on this one, as no team really affording any type of map control, and they're just scrambling to find any type of scraps. Aerith finding a 2-piece before getting shut down. And it looks like LPZ going to get the rest of the time here. Already both teams sending players out, and it's Rush here to potentially play spoiler on the early Limited rotation. Will he be able to spot anybody out? No one in sight quite yet, and we've yet to see the initial engagements, but here they go as Naz wins the first.
All right, this is certainly really good for Limited right now. They are able to go in for that early rotation, knowing very well that P3 is going to be so far away. And we do get to see a lot of nades being thrown right now, especially with the Sparrow in hand. Skizzled gets a lot of these essential kills, claps in a really good power position, plays the heady to perfection, and now just waits for the rest of his team as we get to see them actually spawning off into the back of the map. And, well, as long as they're able to win the gunfights along the way there, it's just really hard for them to go push, especially that Naz has that claw down, especially knowing that he can get everyone else spawning into the back end, but he finally does get taken down.
Aerith's got Purifier in hand. She's not going to get traded out, so Attack 8 continues to sec the hard point time right here. Proxy's there to reinforce. Not quite the right War Machine angle, and that's going to mean Limited now taking the lead in this one. Aerith just trying to stay alive inside the barn as long as she possibly can. She does that. They lock in the scrap time right here, and wow, fantastic rotations out of the other Limited players here. Looks like it is going to be Naz and Attack A. Their early big gunfight wins for Fatality. Those are crucial. Complete control of the hard point, and they get the spawns locked in as well. Bright is going to get shut down off the head glitch, and Limited there at least to contest. This is one hard point where you fully expect it to be contested for at least half the hard point time.
Oh, definitely. It's really hard to have a really solid hold here. Definitely a contest point. But as we saw that Limited had a struggle when it comes to getting that early few points, they were able to make that comeback and definitely made a lot more presence here. But we get to see the spawns actually flipping around just a tiny bit. And like what you said, a lot of the times this is going to be contested. And we get to see a little bit of a push and 5-man push coming in from LPZ that absolutely wrecks every single one of the Limited players down. But Attack K gets that beautiful 3-piece, stops everything on his own, and that is the biggest play right now when it comes to this hardpoint matchup. Bobby, what a play from him.
And that's the one danger of grouping up your entire squad to push together. If you get a Holger to the face, you are all going down. That's exactly what happens to LPZ. Emilio not going to be able to finish off that gunfight. And it looks like Limited going to be able to continue to build on this lead. Fatality tries to break on through. Not going to happen. Attack A, Pred on their heads. And it's going to be LPZ in the hard point regardless. But high ground does go through for Limited. Proxy, a lot of bullets connecting. Not a whole lot of damage happening. Skizzle slides on through, takes down Rush right here, and he's going to be able to make things easier for the players on the inside of the hard point for Limited. Need one player on the backside. Can the L-Car connect? No, it cannot. He gets shut down. LPZ continues to trend up.
The fight for control here in 2F is definitely going to be a hard one, but we get to see Limited actually be winning that. And finally, they do get to have that early rotation into P2, something that they kind of struggled with a while ago and seems like to be a really solid rotation so far. And everyone else from LPZ needs to go in for the backup. Skizzle with the LK24 tries to go in there for the bounce with the grenade. Trophy finally placed down, and he's in a really good position, but unfortunately he does lose that as LPZ is going to be right across the map. And from there they're able to go in. Oh my gosh, they contested every single one of them and winning a lot of these gunfights inside of the hill. And when Limited went in there for that early rotation, they just lost every single gunfight into the hard point.
Yep, that's something you cannot afford to happen, especially this early in the hard points. One thing that happens with 20 seconds left, but 40 seconds on one of your money hills. You gotta go bigger than that, but Naz nearly finds them all. Aerith pops the Purifier, and she's gonna be able to complete the break for Limited. Definitely saves the team a lot of scrap time right here, but they need to get some reinforcements, or maybe they're just gonna let her do it by herself with Purifier in hand. One player already rotated out. That's gonna be Naz ready to go, and it looks like Limited gonna opt to run away, licking their wounds, and see what they can find over here on P3. Naz looking to make the read on the mid entry. Attack A spawns way across the map, and that's going to be an unfortunate one, but he gets shut down by Emilio. Skizzle on the high ground, looking to lock things down with the LK in hand, finds the opener on the collapse, but immediately traded out.
You know, it was one thing that I noticed for Limited, when they were rotating for the next hill, they actually stopped in second floor for just a tiny bit, and makes me wonder how come. It's kind of like basically making everyone else from LPZ have a sort of welcome when it comes to rotating into P3, and now we get to see them spawning off offenses, and that's going to be a really good spot for them to get a solid hold here so far, and now the spawns are going to be flipped, and so far no one else from Limited are actually going to have any kind of operators whatsoever. Bright, on the other hand, will be able to use it if he does choose so to possibly go in for the break.
I think this one's on pace to be the longest game of Hardpoint in the history of COD Mobile. We're about halfway through and about to head into P4 for the second time. These guys have kept it close and had a lot of contest time across the board. It looks like one player in position, make it two players right here as Attack A really struggling with the hop up. That was rough to watch, but fortunately Aerith is there. Finds the opening gunfight. Attack A, or make it Bright, gonna be able to get shut down right there, and Limited in position, but they've got to close this gap a little bit. Skizzle with Sparrow in hand, trying to see what he can do. Nobody's coming through anytime soon. Trophy can only do so much. There's 9 shots inside of that Sparrow. And now Limited back in control of the hard point and trying to get these top sides pushed out a little bit.
There you go, Limited doing an amazing job at having the solid hold here so far. Attack A, having the Annihilator in hand, was able to get a lot of these kills, but Bright is able to get that essential kill that allows the rest of his teammates to go in for that rotate back. And player number 1 and player number 5 coming in from Limited is going to be able to deal with that pinch, and you could probably expect that LPZ might not be able to have a lot of the contest points. But what I'm looking at here is that rotation going off into that next hill, and everyone's still fighting for the scrap points, and obviously it's going to be essential. Every single point counts, and you get to see Limited have just a tiny bit of those scrap points down. And unfortunately, Attack A does lose that essential gunfight for control here in mid, but that's going to be huge for Aerith to go and win. 37 for her name, gets 3 straight kills. Not only that, gets the Preddy and also the Hunter Killer drone to play with.
Where LPZ, where are the comms? She's just running willy-nilly and nobody seems to know what's happening. Hunter Killer gonna go out. She's not gonna be able to find the first player, but able to take him down with the CBR anyway. And now it looks like the tide's starting to turn once again. Nas locking in some time, and that is big topside control for Skizzle. Crucial gunfight wins. They're now within 10 points. They get broken anyway. Seems like no hold is safe when these two teams are on the map. I don't think we've seen anything bigger than 20 seconds at a time go through. And naturally, the foot race for P2 underway once again. Couple of big gunfight wins for Limited. It looks like they're in position. 3 players already here and should be able to hop on into the hard point before LPZ can contest. If they can clear out the players on the bottom water side, they can go big, but the Sparrow, big value for LPZ, and Rush with the Annihilator in hand is going to afford them the break early on.
Oh goodness, what a good play for your operator kills here for LPZ. And you get to see that Proxy also brings out Nas as well, operators of their own, trying to go in for the break, but unfortunately, we do get to see them just lose it a tiny bit as there's a lot of points going down, yes. And finally we get to see a break, but it's just back and forth, and so far the spawns still go into the favor right now of Limited as Aerith gets that 46, almost getting that 50, and that's gonna be huge for them. Even down on the points, and they're just going at it mano y mano, as Attack A does have that operator to play with as well, and I feel like they're just gonna soak in a lot of the points down. Not just that, they can go in for the early rotations, and you can see the fight already going in for that next set into P3.
This has been a crucial break. Fatality is there to fight on the backside to get some scrap time, but it's not going to pay off at all as they're now in a terrible spot heading on into P3, and they are scrambling to find map control. Aerith there looking to push back the spawns. And right now, Skizzle spawning right where they want him to be. Nas continues to lock in the hard point time. Pred's going to drop for Aerith. She takes down Claps on that attempt to push through the middle. And the Purifier already charged up again. She is having herself a game. Now 52 kills on the board. She has been her this map. The operator's coming out as Attack A's got the Annihilator as well. And Fatality, cheeky little spot up top. They're able to clear the hard point anyway, and it's not over quite yet. Limited struggling to keep this one contested, and Nas absolutely beaming, clears out the top side. His objective plays could not be understated how important they are, and that may be the final kill to lock in the series win for Limited. Pushes on through for LPZ, but it will not be enough as Limited come out on top. A 55 bomb out of Aerith. She goes big, and Limited will be moving on to stage 4.
Oh my gosh, 55 is just no joke. Glitter, you saw the action. That was absolutely insane. And what Bobby said, probably like the longest hardpoint game we've casted here so far.
Yeah. Absolutely it was. I mean, that one felt like a marathon in comparison to the sweeps that we saw in the upper half of the bracket. We anticipated that this one was going to be a little bit closer, but I mean, that was what, down to a 20-point difference on that last hard point. So, okay. We'll talk about what happened as we get to see some of these highlights, but that was a great match, Bobby.
Oh, yeah, no question about it. And toward the beginning of that, Aerith had a little bit of a slow start. I saw somebody in chat say that Aerith was overrated, and that was probably one of the most poorly aged comments that I've ever seen. She drops 55 on LPZ in an elimination game to lock in a stage 4 spot, and showing why she is one of the most feared COD Mobile players in North America. Definitely love seeing what we saw out of these guys, and I think they're going to be a very exciting team to watch in stage 4.
I mean, that was everything that we had hoped for out of this matchup here, Mommy. What were some standout moments for you?
Honestly, it's just both the long-range engagements coming in from Attack A and Aerith as well. And obviously, we didn't really expect Aerith to kind of had a hard time in that S&D round, but Attack A absolutely just stepped it up as a sniper. But she definitely did have a main character moment here in Hacienda Hardpoint. Dropping that 55 kills to her name is definitely no easy feat, especially in gameplay this hard. Everything was close, like what you mentioned. Everything was just like the lead changes were changing constantly, and now she definitely showed up to her team when she was needed the most.
I mean, talk about a way to close everything out that has got to feel good. To continue at least their way through this journey of Call of Duty mobile competition. You'll see everything reflected here in the bracket. Now, what I had mentioned earlier, you now see that in the bracket. Seminole moving on through Limited in a 3-1, the first 3-1 that we've had all day. So much closer competition across the board here as we continue on. We still have one more matchup left on the day, as well as that secondary matchup that will run concurrently with it. So we still have 2 more games to get through. We'll watch the one on the main broadcast here. Either way, it's going to be very exciting, but that also does mean that it's time for another short break for us. When we return, though, like I said, it'll be the final matchup of the day between ARP and SXC. So don't go anywhere. You're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed. So now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth. And I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me. How'd I turn pain into energy? Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. We just watched an intense back and forth in our first lower bracket matchup between LPZ and Limited, with Limited coming out on top in the end, and now only a couple more spots will remain up for grabs for our challenge season. Glitter Explosion, Bobby, and Mommy still here with you guys all day as we get ready to start talking about the final matchup of the day. And like I mentioned before, it's between ARP Gaming and SXC. What are you expecting out of this matchup, Bobby?
Well, coming into this, I'm really expecting ARP to bounce back. We talked about the amount of time that they put in. And I think for them, the performance that we saw up against DICE was a little bit underwhelming. They're going up against an SXC roster that has definitely showed improvement, but is still very, very young and very, very inexperienced. The one player... I was going to say the one player to watch is Jinkatsu, but it looks like Jinkatsu is not going to be here, or he changed his name. I'm not sure which one it's going to be, but his absence could potentially make this even more difficult for SXC.
Okay. Well, then on the flip side, Mommy, we got to see ARP before, like Bobby was saying. How do you think they're going to fare against SXC?
Well, definitely they want that redemption arc that they needed, because definitely it's not nice to be 3-0'd into a competition. I mean, 0-3'd. And DICE is definitely going to be a team that'll be hard to come across, but they'll have another shot at redemption. And taking a look at what we have right now when it comes to the maps, it seems like they want to have some sort of reset when it comes to the maps that they chose a while ago. And we're thinking maybe it's the map choices that wasn't really in their favor.
All right, yeah, those picks and bans down there, Bobby. What caught your attention?
Definitely the Express Search and Destroy. We haven't gotten to see that all day. It is one of the newest introductions into the map pool, and obviously one that has not been there previously. So unlike Meltdown, there's very little experience to be found across the competitive scene when it comes to the Express Search and Destroy. It's one that we've seen snowball very quickly in the past, and not really sure which way to lean. Obviously, I feel like ARP is the more well-rounded team, and I think especially with the absence of Jinkatsu, it's going to be tough for SXC. But if the underdog's going to be able to take one, it'll typically be in the Search and Destroy.
Well, Mommy, we are almost about to get into this game. Do you anticipate that we get at least another 3-1? Are we done with the sweeps now after what we saw from our last match?
You know, definitely I'm done when it comes to the prediction, because every time I say that it's going to be a close matchup, it always turns out into a 3-0. So you know what? I'm going to say, you know what? I think it's going to be a 3-0 this time around. Hoping to God that SXC, I haven't seen this team perform yet, so I'm hoping that they get to the level of ARP right now.
All right. Well, it looks like we got everybody in here and ready to go. Take off Hardpoint a classic when it comes to COD Mobile competitive. We'll see what these guys are bringing to the table right here. Okay, Jinkatsu is here. Okay, I thought I was going crazy or something. He's been the man for SXC so far this season, so I was very surprised we didn't see him, but that definitely gives them a substantially bigger chance in this one. We'll see what he can do, as it is ARP locking in the early hard point time.
Okay. I mean, usually you get to see a lot of these teams try to fight for that scaffolding control here and take off, but no one's going to be there. ARP going to be yellow all across the kill feed right now, and SXC doing a little bit of an interesting play here right now, because no one's just trying to get into that anchoring spot. And so far, they do get to have at least one. But as you can see, with 20 seconds left here into this hardpoint round, we get to see an early rotation coming in from ARP, which is going to be huge for them. They're still fighting for scraps, though, here in P1, but the rotation still actually being won by SXC right now. The spawn's going to be into their favor.
Yep. ARP setting up for next right now. You got Mago on the top side. Chelsea trying to spot out that last player. It's going to be Dicey who gets taken down. And right now an opportunity for some early time for ARP once again. Trying to make sure they have those backside spawns toward P3. Mago's going to be forced back, but reinforcements getting pushed up right here, and he's going to be able to win another one. SXC pushed up for now, but they're in a rough spot where they might get put in a spawn trap depending on how Kimwax plays this one. Able to shut down one as the hardpoint remains contested. Mago there, or rather Chelsea on the reinforcements, and it's ARP continuing to move up. Quinn off to a strong start for SXC, but the rest of the squad's got to get caught up.
Henry does a phenomenal job at stopping that possible spawn trap by Kimwax, so that gives them signs of life, but unfortunately for them, they're not going in there for the contest, and Veteran goes in there with a Purifier. What an amazing timing, gets a 4-piece, gets that scrap points, and Dicey does get that kill as well. But as you can see over here, ARP's already pretty comfortable into that next hard point, and for SXC, it's like, how could you miss going in for that early rotation? They need to go in for that control into generator spawn.
Yep. SXC do a good job of bouncing back right there, kind of cover their losses and everything else, but it's going to be the P3 to P4 rotation that plays the biggest role for most of these teams, and Detry set up on the high ground with a Holger in hand is going to be tough to counter. Chelsea finds a nice little 2-piece, and it is SXC hopping up top right there, but shut down on the push, at least initially. Excellent sliding through, is going to get taken down as well, and start to see those operators come out. This is the hard point where these guys are usually going to look to invest heavily. And right now it's paying off for ARP as they get the big chunk of these first 40 seconds, but Dicey slides on through, finds one before getting traded out. Excellence, looking to push on in. It's actually going to be Henry who gets shut down right there, and this is going to be an effective full 60 for ARP.
Rotation being won yet again by ARP, as SXC just kind of fails to go in for the early rotation and controlling that anchor spot, and that's usually going to be that generator control that you want, especially since that rotation into P4 is definitely going to be huge. That is the most essential going into this control building, and now we get to see a bunch of yellow. Not just that, we get to see ARP just having 2 more operators to play with, but it's a good thing that SXC actually also has 3 to play with. But just as I said that, we get to see them being shut down slowly but surely. It's a good thing that Quinn is able to get those kills finally. Signs of life for them here in this P4.
Yep, and the operators, the score streak starting to fly for SXC as they're getting back into this one. Quinn on the high ground, just trying to suppress that push as much as possible, but it's all ARP in the feed. Haven't been able to make a break out of it quite yet, but spawning on the backside will be able to reinforce, and Jinkatsu with the Purifier in hand, he's going to be able to do some damage initially. How does he win that gunfight? Chelsea, you gotta find a way to take him down right there, and the Hunter Killer connects as well. Jinkatsu starting to get heated up for the SXC squad. And ARP not in the clear quite yet as SXC have bounced back.
Man, you just were so right about this Jinkatsu guy. Like, that is impressive to see. The movement is definitely right there. And let's see how much he can affect that when it comes to their play here into the next set of rotations. As we get to see SXC finally having a pretty good control here in P1. Initially, they did have that anchored spot here in scaffolding. But one thing that I'm just amazed with both of these teams, just don't want to have that scaffolding control. It seems like they definitely want more of a balcony control here up in this 2F. And so far, when it comes to the verticality, ARP does have more of an upper hand here so far, but it's a good thing that SXC is actually slowly catching up.
Yep. This is good P1 time. Obviously, this is never really a focal point, mainly just trying to get as much time as you can. So the fact that ARP has been effective as they have on P1 is a great sign for them, and Chelsea's going to push through, finds the opener. She makes her way to the top side. I don't know how there wasn't a trade right there. But SXC starting to falter a little bit on this one as they get put in those backside spawns once again. And now the Sparrow comes out for Chelsea. Nobody pushing up that stairway anytime soon. But Veteran, Purifier in hand, does get shut down. And it's on to Kimwax to try to lock things in. But that is the perfect spot for a Claw. And he's going to be able to push them back as every player for SXC does get taken down right there. But they need the reinforcements to come in soon.
Wow, the score streak usage right now of ARP is just absolutely on point. They're using at a really perfect time as Veteran gets that beautiful Thor piece with the CBR in hand. He doesn't need to have any kind of operator for him to go and benefit from that beautiful kill. And now that's able for him to get that Hunter Killer drone. Unfortunately, he does get taken out, and you can see that everything else, the streaks are finally pushing through slowly, coming in for SXC, slowly but surely. But again, the rotation needs to be there already, coming in for that P3 spot.
Yep. Right now, Dicey looking to get pushed up. You gotta find a way to take that top side control, but he gets a pred on the head once again, and it is going to be ARP with a solid setup, but a big beam out of excellence right here. You get the Holger out of that top map control, and now Dietrich in a rough spot trying to take a gunfight against an SMG. He's trying to pull off SMG movement with a Holger in hand, but he made something out of it. And ARP still going to be able to maintain P3 control. Sparrow completely to waste, and 4 in the feed for ARP. Should be able to lock in some more hard point time. Kimwax up top, able to find a couple more. Claw comes out for Henry, but no kills to be found. Finally able to take down one, but the value's just not there, and Veteran on the inside absolutely cooks him with the Purifier.
Oh my goodness, that was going to be a good usage when it comes to the Annihilators from Dicey. Signs of life coming in from them, 15 seconds left. That's going to be huge points coming in here for the scrap. But again, it's that rotation going into P4 is something that they've always been having a hard time doing. And you can see that player number 4 coming in for, that was supposed to be Jinkatsu, but Mago was able to take him out with the Annihilator. It seems like they're in a really spread out position where they're just probably going to be funneling in one by one, as you need to see Jinkatsu wait for the rest of his teammates, because so far Mago's going in there for the shred with the Annihilator.
And Veteran is stepping things up in this tournament. Obviously, they didn't take the maps that they wanted to up against Dice, but he had some big pop-off games and is now sitting on 41 as they are well on their way to a map 1 victory. Now sitting up 90 points. Dietrich continues to hold down the high ground, waiting for the push up, and it is Jinkatsu, Purifier in hand, as SXC looks to pick up the scrap time right here. Still 25 seconds to be gained. Absolutely worth your while, especially with how little margin for error you have with ARP already up at 212. It looks like they're going to be able to get this final time. Veteran's there to find at least one more, and he's just trying to sniff out a few more kills, but SXC gets the better of him right there, and it's definitely not out of reach yet.
SXC definitely can go and break the hill. They've done it multiple times already, and ARP just gives it to them when it comes to those scrap points, but that's just not enough. You can see that Jin is just trying to get his team out of hot water. He's doing a lot of high impact kills. At the same time, they just need to go and win rotation. That's about it, because so far they're kind of lagging when it comes to that. ARP definitely can go in for the early rotation because they do have such a huge point advantage, but if you want to be able to sustain a lot of these points, you need to find a way to balance just getting that scrap time and also sending your team into the next hard point.
And SXC is just not really making much of a push toward the objective. You've only got 12 seconds. You have got to go. They finally get bodies on and they get shut down. And when it falls apart, once again, it falls apart quickly for SXC. They cannot seem to find a kill right here in ARP. Looking like they're going to be able to lock this one down here on P1. Only 1 second needed. And Veteran drops 49 in a dominant win. For how quick that one went by, that's an impressive number.
Definitely. I mean, when it comes to slaying out and just having those high impact kills is definitely come a long way when it comes to playing a huge map like Takeoff, where you can spawn your enemy right across the map. And one thing that I see that kind of faltered when it comes to SXC is the fact that they just went inside of the hardpoint one by one. It started off in P4 and now in P1, there was just no system whatsoever. And that's when they got to see that win coming in here. So that's a huge thing coming in from ARP, especially from their 0-3 a while ago up against DICE. And so now you're SXC now. How will you play this S&D? Now we're going into Express, which is a really tough map when it comes to this game mode.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to deal with. I think especially as one of the newer maps, when you are a newer team, you're trying to master every map, whereas with teams like ARP, you have so much experience on the older maps that you can afford to spend a little bit more time on the new ones. So that should be an advantage to them off the start. Obviously, they didn't look phenomenal in the first Search and Destroy, but they didn't look bad by any means as well. So I think they can absolutely take this one. SXC, once again, just a little bit lacking in the experience department. Not going to say that means they don't have a chance. I think the fact that they do get Dicey added in here is a solid substitution. I don't know how much of an impact he's going to be able to have in the search, but he definitely looks solid there on the map one, and opportunity for them to bounce back here.
And not to mention, like, when it comes to that hardpoint game, their operator usage was just so on point. And every time they're trying to defend it or trying to go in for the break, ARP just uses it to perfection. And one player that does stand out for me, which you already mentioned in SXC, is going to be Jin. Because he's been doing, like, he doesn't have the most kills in his team, yes, but it was always, like, high impact kills. He was getting a lot of these multi-kills inside of the hardpoint and just taking it all by himself. And that just allowed his team to go into the hardpoint. That just gave them enough time to go and rotate inside. So let's see if it's going to be the same case coming in for S&D for certain plays like that. But like what you mentioned also is like Express is going to be a really new map that a lot of these teams so far that I've seen, they have a hard time because it can snowball so easily out of control, especially if you go into the info area, if you go and plant there, because it's such a small map. I mean, it's it looks like it's big, but it's actually really small.
Yeah, and the way that a lot of teams play it is they just full send over toward that elevator side. They TDM it and see if they can win it, and that's something that if SXC attempts it, I don't think it's going to go their way, but that's going to be what we have right here. It is going to be Kimwax popping out the R9. Haven't seen that quite yet in the tournament, but it is pure chaos over here on the B side, and wow, that is a quick round one for ARP.
See, exactly what we said. It's a small map, man. Especially if you try to go in for that B control, you already know that's going to be a full send, especially going through departures and arrivals, that you get to usually see only one player try to go in for the lurk, and that's going to be just Quinn and also Chagabu right now. I mean, no, it's going to be Detri rather. But speaking of Detri, does get that first pick. Jinkatsu gets the trade.
Right now, Kimwax lurking, trying to catch somebody off guard with a shoddy in hand. He's going to be able to do just exactly that. Turns on to Jinkatsu as well, and now it's going to be Excellence left all alone. Does have the bomb in hand, but one player over toward that train side for ARP could potentially sniff him out. Looking to play the head glitches right here. Checking every angle that he can, but there are a lot of angles on this map. I think he did get info onto Kimwax, but Kimwax has no reason to try to challenge right there. It looks like he is not going to get the timing to go his way. Detri, where are the kills? And he's got an opportunity to make something happen right here, but Kimwax gonna go ahead and peek. Mago on the backside throws a couple switchblade bullets, and ARP now extends the lead out 2-0.
All right, we need to see some sort of play when it comes to the smokes, and so far we haven't seen one yet. You already know that B is definitely going to be flooded by a lot of people, and speaking of, there's going to be a full send coming in from ARP, and now for SXC, they're going to be slowing things down just a tiny bit, but a full 4v1 over here in info. And there you go. Speaking of the smokes, you actually get to see it a lot more, but Chelsea does get that kill, a double for her in this round. Possibility to get that third, but no, Jinkatsu actually shuts her down.
Well played, able to get away with his life. Now a spot up top where he might be able to find something, but Veteran, man, just having himself a game. And I feel like I haven't gotten to see him play much recently, but he's been putting in work, no question. He finds another one onto Quinn right there, and now all down to excellence once again, right down below. Better not make a sound, it doesn't matter. Detry's gonna pick up the kill, and that is a quick 3-0 lead for ARP, as they're looking nice and comfy here in the Express Search and Destroy.
I mean, for SXC, it was good that they slowed things down a tiny bit, knowing very well that maybe they couldn't really go up against the firepower with ARP right there. And speaking of, full send coming in here for Bravo. Again, going to be a 1v1 going to happen here for Chelsea. A big gunfight to be won, possibly. And she does lose that. Dicey gets the kill, but Mago does get the trade, even down when it comes to the lives. Alpha is going to be the site of choice coming in from SXC, but Detry's going to be there to give that vital information to his team, and now they're slowly rotating inside.
Well, Excellence going to get spotted out once again, and it is SXC able to find a couple kills off the start, so they're into the 3v3. Veteran, wow, how did he get away? Kimwax going to spot out another. He makes Quinn pay off of that one, and now Veteran just waiting for somebody to peek that window, praying that they do. Kimwax going to make his way on through. They've already made their way out, but Henry right round the corner. He's going to take a whole lot of damage. And wow, Veteran obliterates Jinkatsu off the heady, and now it's all down to Henry.
So I feel like it was just too slow of a push coming in from SXC. They did have the advantage of having a clear sight. Yes, Desi was there, but they were able to take him down. So I feel like bomb being down is definitely a hard push for them, because once that bomb did go down, they just didn't know what to do with it. And so they almost had the advantage there, but ARP still was able to get that upper hand. And now a full send yet again from ARP going here from Departures. Still being met by a full team for SXC. And so far, Henry gets that first opening pick, and Veteran gets the trade.
Yeah, oh, big kill right there for Jinkatsu. Still waiting for Quinn to find his first here, but he's alive and in a 2v2, so an opportunity for him to finally step things up, but he gets picked by Detry. Big shots across the map by Mago. And now 5 rounds in a row off the start of this one. ARP straight steamrolling. Consistency across the board, nobody below 4 kills. And SXC just looking kind of lost on this one. Somewhat expected given how new this map is and the work we anticipated the SXC was going to need to put in to have a solid search and destroy performance. If I had to guess, this is probably one the ARP has put in a decent amount of work on, because they've looked untouchable at every turn possible. And right now, one player way back in spawn in Excellence, an opportunity to make something happen. I don't know if he's AFK. Jinkatsu finds a couple of kills, but he's going to continue to play the waiting game, and he gets spotted out. Oh my God, I thought Mago was going to win that.
Excellence. Okay, I saw the idea. They wanted to go for a little bit more of a back approach, knowing very well the ARP is probably going to push. And after Jinkatsu's double, they should have went to B. Should have probably went there. I don't know why there are 2 people up in A without the bomb right there. And so now it's going to be a 2v2, and not just that, it's going to be bomb down, where you have to travel all across your spawn to try and retrieve it. Not just that, they're going in there 1 by 1. Detry having the DLQ in hand is definitely going to be really hard for them, but they're going to go all the way around.
This is a long play, and by the time you get to the bomb, if you don't get spotted out first, you are not going to have a whole lot of time to make the play. Detry can take all the time in the world on that shot, and now all down to Dicey. He's got to either pick up the bomb or find 2 kills, and once again, not a lot of time to do it. ARP has made their way in through B, and obviously, once you hear that bomb pickup, you know exactly where to go, but he crosses in front of the train, so at the bare minimum, he should be able to get the plant down onto A.
Nope.
No time.
No time. It's just, yeah, you had no choice. I mean, it just took too long. Like what we mentioned, it's like we got the idea. They wanted ARP to go to them instead. And after Jinkatsu getting that 2, Excellence was still there. He was still there. And the fact that everyone else was so far away from him was just the reason why that they didn't have enough time to go and plant, because they went in for the full rotation instead. And now as we're going in for a switch, the attacking side will be ARP. And they look like they want to go in for that alpha. And only one person is going to be there for the defense.
Right now, SXC just trying to avoid the 7-0. 1-for-1 trades off the start. Veterans going to get the bomb down here. And ARP looking to cement their level of dominance to some degree. It is Kim Wax picking up yet another with the R9 in hand. Excellent. This is the goofiest gunfight I've ever seen.
Oh my God.
What am I watching right now? And it wasn't really pretty from either POV, but Magos get a spot out dicey. And it looks like the 7-0 will come through. Twins able to find the opener right here, but getting pinched as quickly as can be. ARP. 1 map away from locking in that final spot in stage 4.
When it comes to the gunfights and also the map knowledge, it just seems like it's night and day. ARP is just in a different league compared to SXC. It's because from that hardpoint matchup, it seems like they were always playing that catch-up. It wasn't even close. Here in Express, it's a 7-0, which means you got to get back to the drawing board. Express is something that they probably did not prepare for, but knowing very well that it's going to be within the map pool just says a lot when it comes to how ready a team's going to be. And yes, there's going to be a lot of, highlights in the side of ARP, but for XSC, we see one player absolutely shine. That's going to be Jinkatsu. And again, it's just a matter of can everyone else in his team also catch up to his level as well?
Yeah, it was just rough all the way through. They looked very, very lost. I'm hoping they can bounce back in the control. I hope they can make it a series. It's just, it seems like the mentals kind of got to be shattered after that one to get 7-0'd on the main stage. It's not just like, oh, we're screaming, we got 7-0. Like, you get 7-0'd on the main stage. That's tough to bounce back from if they can do it. I got a lot of respect for it, but they have got to show up more than they did in that search and destroy. Obviously, moving into the control, once again, something that the newer teams might not have as many reps on. We'll see what they can do as we get ready to hop in to what could potentially be the final map of the night. It is going to be on Crossroads.
Well, I feel like this is going to be the best map for them because like what we've been saying a while ago in the previous Crossroads control is the fact that even if you're on the attack, you can definitely win this. And so far, SXC, it's not over yet for you. This is the time for you to shine. And again, we get to see them on the attacking side, which is something that is definitely easy to do here in this particular map. But with Veteran right there applying so much pressure already into this side of the map, you can see play number 2 trying already to go in for that spawn control. He wins a lot of these gunfights already so far.
Oh, somebody's got to kill Mago. This is a recipe for an easy spawn trap if I've ever seen one. And Chelsea gets one player pushed back as well. Mago pushed up, and now the lives dropping like flies. Already down 11 this early on. We got Chelsea rocking an AK-117. Not what I expected, but I mean, when you're dominating at this level, why not use whatever the heck you want to use? Veteran drops a pred, and once again, the lives disappearing so quickly for SXC. They just were not up to the task in this one. And with the way that this has gone off the start, it is tough to imagine a situation where they've got a chance, at least in this round, if not in this game.
Yeah, 1 and 19. And pretty convincing start coming in from ARP. Obviously, that spawn trap was just not pretty, and SXC just needed to find a way to get out of it. And it just seems like for ARP, you know what kind of game that they're playing, and if you are going to be SXC, you need to find a way to counter a possible spawn trap by just going inside of these buildings instead, because that will definitely provide you a little bit more cover. And now you're going in for that defense. You just wait for them here in these hills right now.
Yep. Right now, they finally find their first kill, but it looks like right now ARP is looking to set up the spawn trap from the flip side, and the claw comes out. Kimwax finding the opener, does get traded out. I don't think Mago realizes there's a player on top of him. What is happening right now? Dicey finally finds the kill, but once again, the kills continue to flood toward ARP as Chelsea picks up another right there. Oh, Detry, stop shooting a little bit too soon. And Chelsea's trying to build some streaks. Finally, Dicey slides through, stops the bleeding for the time being. But down 11 lives this early, never a good sign.
I mean, it's just so difficult to actually see this as ARP is going to be on the attack. All they need to have is that Bravo side, and with a lot of score streaks and operators to play with, they're just playing this like a team deathmatch. Veteran gets that Purifier down, but switches off into the Switchblade, and he gets a possible 2K here in this side, but Excellence shuts them down, and that's going to be huge as 1-18. I'm saying as if SXC is going to be able to win this round, but hey, you never know, maybe Excellence could go pull off a 1v18.
And it looks like ARP really want to win this one with a boxing glove kill. No, Mago says, no more messing around. I'm tired. I want to go to sleep. It's a 2-0 lead in the series, a 2-0 lead on the map. And ARP looking like they're on their way to victory. Veteran, I'm so impressed by the progress that he has made. 18 kills here in this one. He's definitely looked much improved, and I would imagine he is going to be one of the players to watch in Stage 4, especially for this ARP squad. SXC praying for a miracle right now. Hey, Jinkatsu finds a nice little double kill right there, but Kimwax on the top side trying to apply the spawn trap pressure early on once again. Quinn gets shut down, and just like that, the feed's all blue.
Here we go again. Spawn trap possibility to get in order. They can't even touch inside of the building. But finally, two players come through as they try to win it. And I feel like if you're coming in through tank and fire room, you need to find a way to get that angle down. And so far, I feel like when it comes to the gun comp, it's just really hard for SXC to go up against the likes of Veteran right now, who is definitely on a roll. And like what you mentioned, most improved player that we actually saw here in the competition. Nice to see that he's actually killing it. 22 and 5 left, and just one more round for ARP to take this into a nice full sweep, as SXC just one more player left, and the Predator missile is going to be inevitable. And what a way to end the series. ARP yet again, what a way to go out in style with the 3-0.
Oh, that's just so mean. He didn't even have anywhere he could hide. It's just all visibility from above, and the Pred ends the series. That was all ARP all the way, and I would say absolutely deserving of one of our final Stage 4 spots.
100%. Although I feel like your reverse psychology, mommy, it didn't work. Okay? You tried to flip it and say it was going to be a 3-0, and then that meant it was going to do the opposite. Your power kicked in right in the last match, and it was a 3-0.
I know, right? I just caster cursed the whole entire series. You know what? Next time, just don't ask me about my predictions.
Honestly, that was a very strong performance on behalf of ARP. Let's take a walk back through these highlights of the last match of the day. Bobby, what were some of your favorite moments?
I mean, I just love seeing Veteran dominate the way that he did. He's been around the competitive scene for a while and has bounced around to a few different teams, but definitely looks like he's built some solid chemistry here with this ARP squad. And I think even though they did get 3-0'd by DICE, they showed a lot of promise, and hoping that they give us more teams to look forward to playing in the North American region that has in the past been very, very top heavy. And they secure the second to last spot in Stage 4 is Risen Gaming looking to finish off Destiny with the 2-0 lead.
Okay, well, it looks like there's a 2-0 going on in that game down there, so we might be able to just catch the tail end of that as you see the rest of the results here in our open finals bracket. You can see how the upper bracket played out. We just finished up the first lower bracket earlier, and now we just wrapped up ARP Gaming. But like we're saying, that means there's one more match going on. It's currently a 2-0, which means if I'm not mistaken, if you guys are down, we're going to jump back in to that other match and see how this last one closes out.
Oh, definitely. I would love to see that. I mean, we're at the tail end of it right now. We're going to be in control, and we're still early into the control round, so that's going to be huge. Okay, Destiny and Ryzen Gaming. How about for you, Bobby? Like, what do you think about these two teams right now?
I think this is going to be an even faster 3-0 than the last one. Ryzen is a lot of very talented players. You got Lethal, who is on... I can't remember if he was on the Stamina Squad last year. I know that Legacy was obviously on, I believe, on last year's ARP squad, or Cold Showers, or whatever the heck they were named. But very solid team right here, and it looks like just using random weapons. Oh no, Legacy's using the Mythic Fennec. Okay, that's not super surprising. On Destiny, if I'm not mistaken, it's a bunch of ranked warriors, and also they're using SPRs and other random assortments of weapons. So not feeling great about the odds for Destiny, but I would love to be surprised at the end of the night.
God, yeah, definitely. And I mean, it's nice to see all these names make a return when it comes to their presence here, and also new faces as well. But we're taking a look at it. Ryzen, you get to see it. I mean, you already mentioned it a while ago, or you preempted it, that you see this life lead right now. It's double the amount compared to Destiny. And not just that, they're trying to go in for that ticks of progress as well. Legacy trying to spear his way into the site, trying to pierce it. Wins that one gunfight, and that's going to be big for him, as he's able to take the second tick of progress for his team, and he's going to be the only one here. He's going to be winning that gunfight, wins that second one as well. He's solo holding it, and that also enables the rest of his team to go in there for the rotation.
Yep, 2 lives remain for Destiny. Trying to make something out of nothing. Both players basketball court. They're going to be forced to push through right here, as you got one player to stop an entire objective capture. Legacy's going to actually pick up the final kill there anyway, and Risen takes round 1. Honestly, I don't think it was as fast as the first round of ARP, so I could have been wrong on that side of things. But Legacy, another player that's been around the scene for a while, that is yet to find a home, popping off early for the Risen squad with 11 kills.
Yep, I mean, that's going to be huge when Legacy trying to just carry his team when it comes to those kills. And speaking of, gets 2 already really quickly. Oh my goodness, gets that third one, and he's just on a rampage right now. Legacy with the Purifier, trying to go in there for the spawn trap, but trying to just go away very quickly. And they're just doing a phenomenal job at keeping everyone else in the blue on the left side of the map. Everyone else in Risen's going to be right there. You can see the lives just slowly dwindle for Destiny.
Okay, I take it back. This might actually be faster than SXC versus ARP. Tsunami is just farming. He is just farming there, spawning right down the barrel of the claw, and now it is 28-2. All right, this is actually faster. My prediction was correct. Rat.
Oh no, not again.
It's alive. Oh man. The Pred. Nobody is safe, and one more round remaining before I think we get our final team of stage 4 locked in.
I don't think I've ever seen like that amount of lives versus that. Like just two lives dropped coming in from Ryzen. What? Now Destiny needs to find a way to pick things back up. And now you can see a 5-man rush coming in through mid. Yet again, another spawn trap might be ensuing here.
Well, it's not a ton of kills right here. It seems like he's just terrified right now. I can't even lie. He just does not want to move. Legacy might be able to sniff him out. The operators, the score streaks come through. We do see that new topside laundry spawn. That's not something that existed in raid control before, but you know, some changes, some improvements being made. Legacy is going to be able to spot out a couple more. He is currently sitting on an EMP system if he wants to use it. And once again, it's just okay. Well, that was a very odd time for him to spawn right in front of him top laundry, but Legacy makes the most of it. And spawn trap once again looking like things are only a matter of time.
I mean, here we go. I mean, that's still a little bit of, you know, difference. It's 27 now and 7, 26. So definitely not as bad as the last round. But Destiny's trying their hardest to try to escape the spawn trap. But obviously, it's very difficult for them. They do not have any kind of, they do have operators to play, but they're not taking it out. I mean, they need to bring everything out because if they don't, they're just going to be losing this super easily. As one more tick of progress here into Alpha, it's finally to be taken down here as Ryzen's just going to slowly try to build up more of those kills. And speaking of that essential operator, Tech Death does get that first kill.
What are Destiny saving the operators for? I see two guys that never use their operator. Like, how many rounds do you think are in a game of Control? That's Rat had his operator ready to go too. He said, I don't want to use it. Tech Death, the only guy left. He's gonna get shut down by Lethal. And that is our final spot in stage 4 locked in as Ryzen Gaming take the 3-0 victory.
All right, well, you guys called it when you got in there. It looked like it was going to be quick, and that was a very, very clean victory from Ryzen Gaming. So that is the final spot now for the challenge. Locked in for all of our teams. You will see the full, complete bracket reflecting all of our winners here. Any surprises for you, Bobby?
Not really. I think this is basically who I expected to make it through. Obviously, top 3 was pretty unanimously Luminosity, Simplicity, and Seminole. Just the fact that Simplicity and Seminole faced off early on meant that they went to the lower bracket, but they still handled business. ARP seemed like a lock. Dice seemed like a lock. Devious seemed like a lock. Maybe the only question marks were Ryzen and Limited, but if you looked at the roster for Ryzen, there was no question that they belonged in those stage 4 spots. And then Limited, obviously, Aerith stepping up big time. Maybe not a super recognizable roster, but definitely one that I think a lot of people are going to be excited to watch in stage 4.
How do you think the competition's going to feel now as we head towards challenge with all of these qualified teams, Mommy?
Well, definitely a lot of the teams in the lower bracket definitely have a lot more to prove. And I think that I'm just like going in for the answer to your question to Bobby was, for me, the most surprising one was actually ARP versus Dice. I didn't think it would be that big of a difference. It was a 3-0. I was expecting it to be going to the distance. So again, a lot of these teams have still a lot to prove, and ARP, I'm definitely looking at this team. I mean, veteran just slowly but surely making a name for himself again here in the pro scene, and especially newbies that I'm really excited to see play here.
All right, well, you guys did a fantastic job casting all of the action here today, so thank you for walking all of us through all of that. Everybody in chat, if you want to follow along with all of the Call of Duty mobile action that we have going on throughout the entire summer, you want to watch the challenge season, make sure you are following us on all of our social media platforms so you can stay up to date with everything, because I anticipate it's going to be a crazy season and you're not going to want to miss any of it. And then, of course, if you're in our community and you want to hang out with us, don't forget we have that brand new Discord that you guys can join. Come hang out with our community. It is going to be discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. And come make some friends. Talk all things Call of Duty Mobile. Come join us. It'll be worth it, I promise. Because as for today, that is a wrap on our Call of Duty Mobile Open Finals. Our top 8 teams not only secure their spots in the next stage, but they will also continue on their journey to try and make it to the World Championship. Huge congratulations to all of our teams on their performances here today as they all put on a great show. And of course, a huge thanks to our sponsors, Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, Monster Energy, and the U.S. Air Force for helping us make this whole thing possible. On behalf of myself, my co-casters, and everyone behind the scenes, thanks so much for watching. We'll see you in the challenge.
I will never settle, mind over medal, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show